labda uongozi wale watu kwenye benchi.
Wako nyuma. Oh, sawa. Si mimi na. Okay.
Kuna wengine wanapenda technical.
Na wewe unakuja
Wengine kikao. Ich wollte die
shida za kufunga. Ikiwa hivi ndio
unajidunga.
Penye unashika sasa.
Lakini ina connect.
Zimerudishwa huko na zimeenda huko.
Ndo zimefika huko. The return, we will confirm it in 3 to 5 days.
Kwanza kurudishia huko.
Fridays today. It's late.
Next Monday. Tunasimama
simu zenu. Utaki kuketi. Sherehe yenyewe hata ijaanza. tukitembea msemo uko ndani ya TikTok hapo ongeza sauti zinajisongeza hadi juu yenyewe.
Between the two of you who want to play the role of the VC.
Unajua VC akikuwa yuko you can easily make one of them. Na naona kama ni wewe ya kwa deputy. Bwana tuita VC. Divisi arsa. Divisi arsa.
Naona imezima. So you're in media.
Yeah.
Are you part of the university? So what's the course you're doing?
Journalism, communication.
Which year?
Second year, third year.
So how did you get a chance to film this? Am I your leaders and something? You?
We joined it to modules for them to everything. 360 is a different process. You know how to take a video, how to record everything. You are okay with that.
Oh, for events now they pick up. Oh, that's very good. So to be here, you're the film director. Yeah, be proud of yourself. Oh, thank you so much. What about you? I am a global health practitioner and work with social media. But I'm a DA scholar. Studied in Germany for a year and a half. Sponsored by a lot of people are PhD sponsored. That's what we have is for a program. Maybe you would want to go and master in your journalism or something. Yeah. So, all the best.
Thank you.
Yeah. Iko juu. Iko juu.
well.
Please. Actually, the schedule doesn't say that. You should have checked this there.
Sasa umejua kwenye settings unazifanyia. Sawa sasa iko kwa Alex. Hapo ni play. Shada space kwa sana. Pia ni sisi tutakuwa tukimulika simu hapa na kainda
kuja basi tukae mahali hapa. Baridi. Ama unataka tuende next table? Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Now, uliacha huko. Now you are next up. Without classes. Without classes can be very hard. I can't read these things much. The same problem.
Pale ni mbele sana.
Na tupate kwani kuna chaja.
Ukitolewa. Naweza kutolewa. Oh, yeah, make your presentation. Oh, and
Okay, you can sit here. Those are your
Someone here. Transgender.
I wanted to sit behind Uko because I have work to submit.
Roots, somebody sitting there.
You want to sit here? I don't sit here. Sit here, Professor Potter. Sit here.
But I cannot sit next to you. But then you got an engineer.
Sipia pia hebu na game hapo tuweke 18
Unafaa kuwa mzuri kuliko ile.
sawa.
Hiyo ni form.
Alikuwa ameweka shutter speed 30.
So, good morning. Good morning, everyone. God is good. Another time. Asante sana. Thank you. My name is Dr. James Mwangi from Chuka. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this workshop. I hope you had a good night. I hope you enjoyed the night. I understand that some of us came from very far. They had a long journey yesterday, but we thank God that we are all here. I also hope that you enjoyed the breakfast, so we have the energy to take us through the day. At the moment, we have a team that has gone for a courtesy call at the VC's office. They will be joining us in a moment. And if well, we can have a word of prayer, and we can proceed with the introduction as we wait for that team to join us in a short while. So I want to invite Professor Mercy to pray for us kindly.
Thank you. Let us pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we thank you, we bless you, we exalt your holy name. Thank you, King of glory, because of the good day that you have granted unto us. Thank you for the good health. Thank you for this moment that we are here. We want to pray and trust upon you as we start this workshop. You'll be with us. All the activities that we are going to undertake, may you be with us. Guide us, bless us, and be with us. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Prof. We also have an audience online. We have online audience. I hope we are audible. I hope they can follow this online. I'm also advised by the technical team that if you really need to access power, you are advised to sit. I think there is we have extension cable along this line. We also have an extension cable here. Or you could also sit at the far right. We have a power source. So, but in case you have any trouble or any challenge, kindly let us know so that we can be able to address that. So, once again, karibuni sana. This is the best weather we can offer at the moment. I hope you enjoy your stay here in this prophetic university. Make yourself comfortable. Should you have any challenge, kindly let us know. We'll be very happy to assist you. I want to invite Saif. He'll take us through the introduction session. Karibu.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Daad, and again, welcome to Chuka University. My name is Saif Kinyori from the Department Department of Computer Science and also the AI Center. So karibuni sana to Chuka University. I hope we have been good hosts and I hope you'll enjoy the 2 days. If in case you need anything, the technical bench, like Daad said, is seated at the back. Feel free to see any of us. So I'm reminded a few things. Wi-Fi password is written on the wall. This Chuka Uni Wi-Fi, the password is at 19 uni service. At 19 uni service. It's written somewhere on the wall. It's placed there. But if you have any challenge, you can also see us. I'm also reminded that to explain. Double 61. That is 7661 59 83. 7661 59 83. I can see people are joining. We have around 14, 15. Also, those who are online, kindly feel free to join. That is menti.com, and then the code is 7661 59 83. Yeah, it's quite a good number joining. Thank you. Oh, more people are joining. Again, it's July. Like Daad has said, this is the best weather we can offer. Though yesterday it was sunny. I hope the sun will also come. 7661 59 83. I hope more people are still. If you have a challenge, check on it. Yes. Yeah, thank you. So quick one as Prof joins. Karibu sana Prof. So there's a quick question here. Let me go to the but in one word, how are you feeling today? So we can do a quick checkup. How are you feeling today? You can just type one word on your phone or your laptop. How are you feeling today? Amazing. Me, I'm feeling curious. Myself, I'm feeling curious. Great. Someone is feeling great. Asante. Someone is feeling favored. That's nice. Fantastic. We have happy. Yes, grateful, amazing. Karibu sana Prof. Expectant, enthusiastic. Yes. Kizungu still. Thank you. We do have cool, we do have great. Asante sana. Blessed, optimistic, thankful, surprised. So someone is also surprised. Asante. Blessed. A bit there's hopeful, eager. Thank you. People are feeling different feelings today. that was optimistic, a bit anxious. That is good. I hope I'm anxious because of the AI, but I hope we'll be able to take care of you on that note. Privileged, asante sana. Just a quick one because I see everyone is here. So another one, please you can state your title, name, and the organization for a brief shout out. Maybe you can just type there your title, your name, and the organization. Prof, maybe we can do this one before we welcome. Thank you so much, Dr. Mary Mwangi from Seku, karibu sana, Dr. Mary Mwangi. Dr. Cornelius Mwendo from Chuka University, karibu sana. Dr. Olivia Njiri from Chuka University, karibu sana. Dr. Peterson Mushemi from Kenyatta University, Dr. Alice Nyango from Maseno, Professor Munala J. Kwat, Dr. Mwangi, Chuka University, karibu sana. Dr. Muthoka from Egerton, Professor Masinjani, Stella from Chuka University, Dr. Mwenga University, feel appreciated. Dr. Rose Otino, Masinde Muleno, Dr. Ruth Omole, karibu sana. Esther Rugendo, Mr. Alexander Utanga Kwani University, Dr. Ruth Omole, Technical University, karibu sana. Dr. Lydia Waswa, Dr. Emerson Jeru, Dr. Noah, and many others, karibu sana. Professor Charles Kimamu, University of Nairobi, karibu sana. Pauline Mwaka, Chuka University, Dr. Nashon Dero, Taita Taveta, karibu sana. Professor Lucy Oruguru, KCA University, feel appreciated, and many more. Asante. I can see many people have joined. Asante sana. Finally, we have here, you can scan this QR code to write your workshop expectations. We will revisit them and see, you can scan this one. I'll also share the link to our WhatsApp group. I'll also share the link to our WhatsApp group where you can fill the expectations, and Professor Kamwelo will be able to take us through that. So as I share the link, you can scan the QR code kindly and then fill a few questions that are there. As I share the link, it's still the same link that the QR code has, and we can be able to write the expectation of this workshop. As I conclude, Dean, karibu sana. Hope we have not taken so much of the time. Karibu Dean.
Colleagues, good morning. Our Vice Chancellor and the DAD alumni, Professor Henry Mutembei, our DDC in charge of academics, research, student affairs, Professor Gilbert Duru, also a DAD, and our guest speaker today, Professor Mbui, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once more. I think I want to feel more energy in the room, more than that. Good morning. Good morning, Agweni. Good to see you. Good to see you, colleagues. Good morning, Rose. Good to see you all the way from the forest, Kakamega Forest. Good morning, Stella. Thank you, all the way from Egerton. Good morning, team from TUK. I see Perry's and Ruth and many others. And Korea, yeah. And many other colleagues, and also my colleagues at Chuka University. We are delighted this morning that you made time and you have the opportunity to join us. I'm seeing many colleagues that I have not seen for many days, and I'm delighted. And thank you for choosing to come. Chuka University is the place to be, and I can hear you testifying to that. It's my pleasure to see you here. So before we do anything official, I would like us to be led with a word of prayers I know you have not done that. We did? Thank you. Thank you. If that's already done, we'll go straight to what we are here to do. I will not make a speech, but we know why we are here. It's about artificial intelligence, something that we cannot wish away, with something that already we are in it. Last time we were here, 2024, Vice Chancellor, most of these people are not converted. We did a poll and we're asking how many of us would wish to continue using AI on their day-to-day lives, and some hands were still down, some were up. Today we are all converted, but the question is, as we are using it, how do we proceed? How do we do it responsibly? What are the institutional policies and guidelines that need to be put in place so that this happen? That is the discussion. And before I become the speaker, because shida ya walimu sisi ni kuongea, I can now start presenting. Allow me to give you an idea of how we are going to move. This is the opening ceremony, and we are delighted to have my boss and the Vice Chancellor here with us to open and to grace this occasion. So we will go straight, because there are several other things the university is doing today and this morning. We'll go straight to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic research and student affairs to make just one remark in 5 minutes or so, so that he also invites the Vice Chancellor for us to make his remarks and also officially open the workshop. But as they do this, you realize in your program there was a slot left for the DAD director who was to come. But I believe she had made a trip out of the country. She was on leave. And the deputy director was also engaged in another function that's happening today, also DAD related. So they gave me their apologies, but told me to pass their regards to you. So they are with us, they know this is happening, they are following what's happening, and by evening today, they will have your photos to see that the day was a success. So with that, kindly, Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, it's your time to make a remark. Tupigie makofi ya kicha. Let's do better than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean, Professor Kamau. I want to greet you all in Jesus' name. Bwana asifiwe. Muko salama? Yes, our guest speaker, Vice Chancellor, and the planners and all of us together. I thank God this morning for this opportunity to be here, to be trained, or rather for this meeting on AI. Mine is not to give a speech, because we have many other times, and even we have lost the time. I will not even use the 5 minutes. But I want to say that one thing I take note is that as a university, we are for with a mandate to ensure that we train, we conduct research, and we ensure also we do extension or community extension. There are a lot of technologies, and technologies have been changing since the times of the medieval era through different civilizations, and they keep on changing. And at this moment, we are in what I can call not just information era or digital era, I may wish to call it AI era. That a new technology that we were not used to before has now gotten to this space. Initially, we were quite averse, we were concerned, we were afraid about it. Some of us were not even interested in it, but now it is the in thing in almost everything. We are doing research, AI means can be applied there. You are teaching, AI is right there. You are dealing with the relationships, there are issues. Even if you want to know about yourself, just put your name in the internet. AI may even give you some descriptions and tell you who you related to, even those you don't want to be told. You know, it is a crazy type of technology that has come here. Sometimes it is being used appropriately, other times it is being misused, and it is important that we come together as academics who are expected to guide young people in training, or rather when we train them in class, and even develop ourselves through research to ensure that we are using this technology appropriately for the benefit of humanity and to do things the way they should be done. And so when we have such a workshop like this, it is really the right thing to do. And so for us to proceed in this direction, we are grateful at least our main speaker has arrived. We have other trainers and experts with us. I would want only to wish you all the best. May God bless you as you start the training to the very end. Learn and apply this technology to advance not only yourself, but others and humanity to the glory of God. I want to take this opportunity, therefore, to do my humble duty to bring to you our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor Motebe Muturekiu, to come and grace this occasion and officially open. Tuweke mikono pamoja. And Mr. Vice Chancellor, I got permission to go to do the other duty.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Guru, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Charge of Academic. I know he is very committed. We have a Dean's Committee meeting, so we proceed. Professor Omboy, Karibu Chuka, and recognize your commitment to come and be the main facilitator of this training. The Dean, Faculty of Science, the Department of Computer Science, led by the COD. She's newly appointed. You should congratulate her. She has taken charge, while Professor Mwavi has taken charge of the hotel. So that is good. And I hope the stakeholders, you are happy, isn't it? Yeah, if you are happy, clap for her. So the participants and all of us, good morning. Today is a great day that we are advancing our quest to become a center of excellence in AI. We believe, having created the center itself, and now we are furnishing it fully, isn't it? There should be a center. We have a computing center. I hope you can have time to go and see our CDAM center and our AI center. So we want to create even an extra room there that is called a crazy innovation room, where people just enter and inscribe anything that they think is innovative. It is up to us to know whether it is or not. And if it is innovative, we grow you. We become a startup center. Recently, I visited the Skylab in the Denmark Technical University, and it started like this. And I can tell you, through that, the university has attracted more than almost 500 million euros from the startups. And the idea is very simple. The crazy person, whether it becomes a startup or an industry, you get a third, the university gets a third, and the department gets a third. I think that is one of the things that this department can grow itself on. Some of the inspiring one, before I come to the story, was the power of using microbes. It's a chemical engineering. And therefore, this innovator thought of the microorganisms that can actually turn some chemicals into usable household things. And therefore, they are the ones who have the formula on how to be doing the household chemicals. You know, let's say we take hand wash. The hand wash, so they come up with a software of how the industry can just key in And then now the end product is to the satisfaction of the user. Like it has to spread very nicely, smell nicely, all those things. At the end of the day, it is you who come with it. So what they did, they put themselves into a software industry for the industries, and the industries that subscribe, they will access these softwares, and they subscribe a certain amount annually, and therefore they are growing in that context, and they usually have annual meetings of the industries that have, and it is a free flow, meaning you have a software that is adding value to us as industries, and they are making a lot of money. Others have come up with their own startups that has made the industry to be created. I think it is, we are just wait for the announcement. It's called Unibio. Means it is converting, instead of using biogas to just burn, then they are using biogas to now create supplements for the animal feeds. And it has been picked up by Saudi Arabia, the biggest industry that the whole of the Arab world will have, to produce these supplements. You know, soya has been used for us. We use soya to actually supplement the protein component of animal feed. Then they're using waste to produce that supplement, and it is the same content. Why would it not be attractive? How many of us here don't have ile githeri imebaki kidogo? We normally throw it away, isn't it? Then they are converting it through the AI. AI is a facilitator, is a tool that will make you now to know what you need to handle very fast. And these were just fellows, young people like you, who looked at those through the literature review and everything, and they saw there was one department in Denmark, technical university, that had already put that in 44 years ago. And therefore they have picked it and used it, and they are transferring a land of the inventor to the department, and that land is going to them. So these guys are just millionaires now. They have already been contracted, and the agreement is very simple. We will pilot test for you. You have started the industry because of our concept, and all net sales of the whole of that Saudi Arabia plant will go to those guys. Are they not millionaires? Forever until they die and their generations. See, we should be able to exploit what I'm trying to say. You are seated in a department that can utilize chemists. I can see one of them there. The chemist can be the generator of data, isn't it? You are the ones who will construct it. And then finally, you can become an industry. And the university can be selling the royalties. We don't have to construct the industry, but we can sell the royalties at a third, isn't it? And the person who has done it takes a third. And you can now move on to another third. You forget about that one because you are sold, then you go up to the next invention, and then you get a third. Finally, you'll be even swallowed by your thirds. That is the most important thing, isn't it? Now, let me come back to what we are doing here today. And ladies and gentlemen, I want first of all to welcome the DAD facilitator. He is facilitating for the DAD, but he's a professor at USIU. And he's a well-groomed professor of computer science from the University of Nairobi, going upwards until he got his credentials to stand tall and say, I am a professor in this area, who got also very keen interest in the AI, and now he is facilitating. Can we welcome him with a clap? Similarly, allow me, in absentia, but active here, the DAD, thank the DAD from the Director Africa and all people of DAD for choosing to fund this workshop and also for having confidence with us, isn't it? This is the second workshop. I'm aware. We started with the DAD. This is the second workshop. When somebody funds you and funds you another time, what does that tell you? Is it not confidence? Makofi kwao. We are happy for that confidence. Allow me to also welcome anybody here who is not from Chuka, who is from another institution. Kuna mtu? I can see a water here. You don't know my history with the water. I will leave it that way. When I was a director, Wangari Maathai Institute, he can tell you, Wangari Maathai Institute does not have staff, does it? We are only inspiring members from other departments of the university to serve us. And most of them were serving pro bono, isn't it? Agwata was one of them. He was teaching for us environmental governance for free. And he was using his transport from Parklands to Kabete, through of us. Began my coffee. And he ended up being a professor. He's now in Machakos University, isn't it? That is what we say. Don't put money ahead of your services. We have a problem here. You ask somebody, go to Red to see whether you can get a partner. The first thing they say is, where is my partner? You lose it from the one. If I was DAD trying to scout you for a project, the first thing you write is to DAD, my partner, and you're in Chuka, you're going to gain. That person will give you partner, but blacklist you. Isn't it? There are so many things we give for free. And once you do that, people start seeing commitment. That is very, very good. So welcome all of you who are here. And thank you very much for that. And then, I want to say, some of us who have been DAD alumni, I proudly say, I am who I am because of DAD. DAD was giving scholarship. Of course, you compete for them, isn't it? I did my bit as a student, so I was able to be given the scholarship of masters. I committed myself, and then I was given another scholarship of PhD by Germany. So I studied for masters at the University of Nairobi at DAD, and went to Gisen University for a number of years. Of course, I finished my PhD on time. I did not extend it. It was specifically 4 years. I finished in 3 years. And another postdoc of 1 year. So cumulatively, I did for four years. I was happy to reconnect back with my German roots the other week. And DAD is usually very proud when they hear you are alumni. If you have never known, you say, I'm alumni, then you start seeing them being very proud and active. So, the DAD has been one of the biggest human capacity sponsor for Kenyans, especially the universities, and it is still there. We are happy they selected Chuka to be now hosting master's programs in the agriculture, plant breeding for us. And they have been sponsoring us because one of their principles is to enable those who have been trained at a DAD to also train. So they have been supporting us. Who is a DAD alumni here? Inaonekana nyumba imejaa. So we shall take a photo, isn't it? And send to them and tell them we have to, isn't it? Who speaks German out of those alumni, I guess? Ambition, Ish out. So we are also sometimes learning a language. It's not a must. But if you went to Germany and you say, "Excuse me," the guy will continue walking. If you say the Entschuldigung, you stop. And then you tell him, "My German is very small." Then you tell him, "My English is very small." Then you start connecting. We were there with a number of colleagues, and we wanted to go and watch football. And you know the transport system there is very accurate. So they tell us we join them, but then the timing they told us was very short. By the time I get out of the hotel to the ground, the bus had already left. So they thought they should send me somebody so that I can join them where they went. I told them I've just crossed over and I'm very busy and I'm integrating with Germans. Because I said ambition, then they excused me in our career space. So that is integration. It's very important. So DAD, as alumni, we must continue to ensure that fire continues, isn't it? Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for AI workshop. Why should we be champions of AI? To me, as I said, AI is a tool. Let us agree on that. It is not replacing anybody. It is facilitatory tool. And I am one of the vice chancellors who has very keen interest on AI. And why do you think so? Because AI utilizes the principles of neuroscience. Neuroscience, there are 4 lobes of the brain. Let me take you to the lobes. Who has ever thought of the anatomy, how the brain operates? Which part of the brain serves as the motherboard of the computer? Ukijua mimi nitakupea 1,000 because you will be connecting with me. Which not the senior people. Which part? Now you know now mumeanza kwa AI already. I can see. I've already seen. You have gone to the AI. It is a temporal lobe of the brain. It sits in the middle, and within that, it is the one that does the executive part of a human being. Executive is the analyzer. It analyzes if that part of the brain is actually affected by an accident. You start losing, you can't be able to control yourself. This is the motherboard of the brain, and below there is something called hippocampus. The hippocampus is the one that makes you to be aware. Like the GPS, it is the one that is your GPS. It is the one that controls yourself. That means in the brain, if you have never been born bright and you start seeing at 30 years, you cannot tell us this is red. You cannot tell us this is a human being because you've never seen it. That means when you're a kid, you must have heard this is red and put it in the store as your data. So what that means, when you see it, you retrieve that data to become red. And this is basically what it is, you guys. In simple terms, there must be a database that will be fat. And that database is the one that AI analyzes very fast and releases to you to tell you, for example, this part of small thing that is in my nose is pyogenic granulosa. It will just compare with the others and tell you this is this, it can be treated this way, because someone somewhere else have ever put that data there. Correct or not? The convoluted neural networks is a matter of I've seen, it goes this way, it is analyzed and brought. And before you are born, the brain was born. So you are using our brains For us who have done neuroscience, that is exactly what you are doing. Whoever says you can replace the expert is a lie. Because the expert are the ones who put the data where? Isn't it? If I read the same with you, having the neuroscience, I understand it better than you. That means you will not replace them, but you will give them a quick way of understanding the same. Now, the invent of AI comes with some challenges. One of them is trash in, trash out. You query the wrong way, you get the wrong trash. 2, confusion. You query something, it will mix with something else, isn't it? Because AI will depend on how you do it, isn't it? So if you are not a surgeon and you use AI for surgery, there is a likelihood that you will cut the wrong place, isn't it? Because the AI is supposed to assemble for you some data or literature, then you now use the actual one to ensure that there is precision, isn't it? That is why our student or you can query very fast, but at the end of the day, a legal person should be able to analyze whether that is to reorganize that one to become accurate, isn't it? So, Prof, when you use AI now in this governance, you must also interrogate whether this governance is making sense from the AI, isn't it? Yes, of course. So our students are very keen to use AI to answer questions, but then the lecturer should be competent enough to track them and allow what is allowable, isn't it? Because the AI must have you must one ethical way. If you have released this answer through AI, you're supposed to be ethically competent to say the content here is AI generated. And it is not very, very clear in Europe, you can see. Actually, it is written, it is AI generated. So you should be saying it is AI generated, synthesized by me, and then the product is with this only percentage of AI. AI helped me to do literature review. Has tukifanya PhD, tulikuwa tunang'ang'ana. Na hiyo, saa hii, ask one of these Gen Zs here, ama an old Gen Z like him, you can generate the list now very fast. But you have to go through the list pole, removing what is not relevant, isn't it? Sasa when they do it, and I read, I'll tell somebody this is AI, because you have to look through. This is the ethics of using what? AI. We are in the AI era. Can you say we are not? How prepared are we? You cannot look for AI-generated content if you are unable to generate content yourself, isn't it? Number 2, you cannot do the same if you are not competent in that field, isn't it? So we need to be facilitated to be AI competent so that we can be able to also know the ethical use of it. However, we need to embrace AI. That is the point. And I think in Chuka, we have no problem with that. We have sensitized our staff on that. And we have sensitized them on how to counter. We are not going to counter, but how to actually mitigate the misuse of AI. That is the most important. Mitigate the use of AI. I have a smartwatch, like most of you have, and sometimes I see what we call the jack. See, now I'm being carried in the morning, and the vehicle makes some bump. Then it tells you, press on with exercise. You don't know. Now I ask myself, this AI of mine, he thinks I'm now jogging. This is now, and then at the end of the day, it gives you some steps that you have done, but I was not doing it. That is what you are saying. Does yours not tell you that, Kamaru? When you are driving, it thinks now you are very busy jogging. It is actually those are the issues I'm talking about. But at least the senses your body is moving, isn't it? So it is very important for us to be cognizant. It is also very good to advance in technology, isn't it? But we advance the right way, isn't it? AI is giving wonders, whether we like it or not, is where we in that step. Today, this is what you are being taken through. You are not, this is not the first workshop. So, Prof, don't imagine these people are naive. And as lecturers, we also to be very who is a lecturer here? Do you know what I'm telling you? The topics that you go to teach, they are already in there. They are already with the student, isn't it? Si lazima tuweke timetable utasomesha nini? By the time you enter that class, we will be having the notes. So don't struggle there to just go and read the sentence by. They will even generate unasoma ya nani and how incompetent you are skipping some. So please be preparing your lecture. I don't have to do one by one here. See, prepare your lecture and teach and braid it with the research that you have done yourself. Put yourself in that lecture. Otherwise, the student can download what you are doing. They can even summarize it by AI and say, why do I have to attend that class? But if you went there and told them, this is what AI will generate for you, but they will not generate me. I'm synthesizing this class for you here as a professor or a lecturer or what, because I am. So you go with them one by one. I'm telling you, our class will be full, isn't it? You ensure that what you teach is also connected to the subject, and when you bring the questions, kindly don't generate AI questions. Just give the questions based on what you taught in the class. I can tell you my classes are always full. People are saying if you don't attend Motembe's class, you will not pass. Because we put the topic there and discuss together. It was interactive. It is that. Then the student will be proud to be in your class. That is the difference we need to create here. Isn't it, Prof? Yeah. Otherwise, who else cannot read? In fact, and also I can tell you a lecturer who used to read a certain book. And we have the book. So all of us were sleeping one by one. By the time you're halfway, we are all asleep. Then he sees we are asleep, he says, hey, wake up your neighbor. This is a very important thing I want to say. You know, everybody will think that's where the exam will come from. We wake up. Then he says, when I was in Germany, then we all go back to sleep. That's the point. Can we be a little bit very innovative? So, I am pleased that DAD chose to host this workshop here, and we have a very competent gentleman, Professor Edward Oboy, who is going to share with you not only the AI generated thing, but his experience, isn't it? And that is very encouraging. And we hope you are going to be very interactive. One of the things that I faced the AI, I decided to sit somewhere and learn AI. And the best thing was to do is to be the chairman of a panel that is interviewing PhD and a master's student who wants scholarship on artificial intelligence. And then I was seated there. So I was not stupid. I started learning with one by one. By the time the last one was coming, I can even become the expert. These guys came, Kenya was one of them. People from Cairo experts were a student coming for the scholarship. So with time got everything, I connected it with the brain that I have, my neuroscience. Then I started, but the most interesting thing that came out of that, it is most of these guys, they are computer science students, isn't it? They were thoroughly beaten by one person who mesmerized us. That fellow had studied what? You remember that guy that we were wondering whether we give him or not give him a second master's? No, it was sociology. That gentleman was a sociologist. He came there. Machine learning, the technical know-how. Did he not beat them? He knew all those machine convoluted network. That is a modified convoluted network, isn't it? Everybody was left wondering, what the hell does this guy want to do another degree or master's? First, he has a master's in sociology, isn't it? Now he is very competent. And he was not an AI generated fellow because he was actually put through, me, I was a chair. He was taken through the competence itself. And he hit it like this, isn't it? Now, the question arises. Must AI be taught or be done by only computer people? Computer scientists. I'm a vet. I connect AI with the neuroscience. So why are you doing a degree called AI and then you put a lot of requirement for people who are must be a computer or whatever? No, AI should actually be a tool that aids everybody. It's a specialization. You can do it in law, you can do it in management, isn't it? You can use it in sociology. So the point is, I believe this tool is not relevant to anybody. However, to understand everybody can understand surgery, but surgery is only done by those who are competent, isn't it? So the egg and the chicken is for them. I'm speaking to them. What should be the basic training of people who can now be expert in AI? Not the use, the expert in including this, the way you say 7, 10, 8, 20 data, calling, I understand that. There's no way an AI person here will replace a vet. You can actually give our data on how it will be, but the surgery must be done by a vet, isn't it? That is what I'm trying to say. Computer science is the basic degree of those experts, isn't it? Then now you go towards specialization in AI and become an expert. I might not agree, they might not agree with me. There are those who want AI to be a degree first. I will not answer that question. Neither will I allow a water to laugh over it. It is just a theme of all of us understanding. My view is computer science, BBIT and all the others becomes the basic principle, applied computer science and all that. Then now at the level of postgraduates or specialized courses for us who are old guards, then it becomes a training. Like the one we're having today, that's what I'm saying. You can train somebody from here who can use very good AI in their field, isn't it? That is what I am trying to come up with, and I think this is what Professor Namoro, you are doing, isn't it? You are making people who have never done computer science to apply it. And AI has come today. There was something else that came the other time, and people, GPS. There's something else that came another time, but GPS, do you know, this person who talks to us, turn left, turn right, is that not AI? Yeah. It's only that it started before the one AI came, isn't it? So, true or false? If you can know where I am, it's GPS driven, but it's still an AI because you are calling a data that is already in satellite, isn't it? All right. So, for this workshop, I think you're going to be taken through My issue is, could you learn policies on governance of AI properly, understand them? Could you be able to interact and contribute towards ethical use of AI? Could you also learn so that you can be a better lecturer in class, isn't it? So that you are not caught off guard by your student. Before AI, there is a lecturer who was teaching Taifa Hall. You know, Taifa Hall used to be big class of 500. Then you are there. Then he started wondering, some people are murmuring, isn't it? Then he said, you keep quiet, I'm teaching. Then, hey, what are you doing there? Then this guy put up. It was actually during my time I was a student. He put the hand up. Professor, the notes you are using is the same my father used. And I'm wondering, I was just telling my colleagues, can this professor change? And my father was here 20 years ago. When I came to the university, he gave me, because I'm using the same, I'm doing the same class. Do you know that class ended and the professor had to change his start? Sure. Brown, you know, they are called brown notes, isn't it? Yellow, brown, and everything, isn't it? Yellow notes. You have never changed. You have been a lecturer here for how long? If you are there 10 years, you have never changed a comma or full stop. Same class, you know the same thing. It's only the student that changed, isn't it? Same class, doing the same thing. This is what AI has come to eliminate, isn't it? And I want to stop at that point and say, I'm very, very happy. I hope this system will give you the training, will expose you to AI ethics, systems and processes that we can use at Chuka to ensure we are ahead of our students, isn't it? And again, systems and processes that we can use to monitor the use of AI, evaluate the usefulness of the same, and mitigate against producing AI robots. Because if you will be busy marking AI, then you have a problem, isn't it? We should be able to devise methods of interactive evaluation of students to see the content is actually from their brain, or whether we are adding value to the hippocampus of our student. Hippocampus, some of you don't know, is a memory chip, isn't it? What did you give to this student to always remember you? With those very many remarks, these are not even remarks, they have become a training, isn't it? So I'm sorry, but it tells you I'm passionate with the AI. So it is no longer remarks, it is I've given you one session of training, and I want to apologize for sneaking in as a trainer, but with those very many remarks and my session of training, I declare this workshop officially open. He's asking me whether I can sit for 30 minutes and listen to the professor. And I'm constrained, but I will listen to a point.
Thank you.
Sikulipigie makofi mimi ni mjanja. I'm seeing if I release him. I know there are many other things we are doing as a university, and we are honored to have you around, Prof. And we see the passion you have with matters to do with artificial intelligence and how we can responsibly integrate artificial intelligence into our daily activities and what we do as scholars as teachers, as researchers, and even as human beings. So we are honored even to have you. We have agreed with my VC if you are giving a keynote address in less than 20 minutes so that we take a photo. Thank you. So we will go straight to the keynote address by Professor Ombui. Professor Ombui is a professor in computer science, majoring in artificial intelligence. He'll only give that keynote address in 20 minutes, or I'll ask, I have seen it, it's short enough and good enough for 20 minutes. Then we take photos that are very important. The VC had requested that we take a photo with all the D&D scholars. So this will happen immediately after the keynote address. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite on stage Professor Ombui Edward, somebody I've known for the last 2 months. During the interaction we are planning for this meeting, I started interacting with him, and all his colleagues in artificial intelligence recommended him, because there are many people doing what the kind of things he's doing, but all of them agreed, Prof, if you want to host a workshop that is dealing with responsible use, ethics, things to do with bias, things to do with institutional policy, Ombui is the man. So we have the right person. So now that you have been seated, kindly rise up. Kindly rise up. Thank you. Thank you. My VC has the parliamentary way of inviting or applauding speakers. So we'll start with the digital one. So we do it 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and then the parliament one 3 times. We invite the speaker. Haya, digital. Aha, parliament. Karibu sana. We'll do it short like that.
Good morning. Maybe this side. Good morning.
Good morning.
I know most of you studied in German. So is it Guten Tag?
Yes.
Guten Morgen. Okay. Good morning. Okay, thank you. Definitely as I wait for you to connect me. I'm very excited to be here. I was telling Prof when we met in the morning. The last time I actually used this road was 16 years ago. I was going for my classmate, my best man. In fact, I was his best man and he was my best man in my wedding. When the mom passed away in 2010 and we passed here. So yesterday, I had a last lecture ending at 5 and I immediately hit that road, bigger road coming. And I'm wondering, did I ever see Embu University? Did I ever see Chuka? I'm like, these things, I'm not sure that they were there. And I was actually, I'm shocked what has happened within that very short span. And congratulations to the community of Chuka, the leadership, and all the ones who are there before you. And it's really, in fact, for me, it gives me a lot of hope as a Kenyan to see evolved government and all these things. We may have issues, but then the wheel is rolling. Pole pole, but we'll get there. And so just to keep it short, I think I'll just go ahead. Okay. Today, I want to spend a very, very few minutes to talk about the enduring value of universities in the age of AI. Can I proceed? Okay, I have one slide that I need from there. The rest will be Chuka keynote.
So the enduring value of universities in the age of AI. And as the writer said, I'm not sure, Prof, have you been to USIU? Who's been to USIU? Finally, at least. Okay. And I also want to welcome you to USIU. It's actually one of the oldest private universities in Eastern Central Africa. Okay. With over, at one time we hit over 70 nationalities. So it's one of the most international universities you can have around. And we're very happy to associate with Chuka and the rest of the other universities are able to get to see. Now, I want to start with this image here. Okay. Now, these are 4 accomplished scholars, probably representing global, academia. Okay. Now, I want someone to tell me which face is AI generated. Let me see how keen you want to see which one is AI generated.
Yeah, they want
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
The lady?
No,
Yes.
the
The Chinese lady.
The African gentleman.
The African gentleman. He doesn't look like you and me. The white man. These people are real.
But the Kenyan flag, the Kenyan flag hangs from
The Kenyan flag.
The Kenyan flag is from nowhere. It comes from nowhere.
How many people think all these people are real? How many people think at least one of them is not real? How many people think all of them are not real? Actually, none of them is real. This is AI generated. Okay? In fact, I just asked ChatGPT, no, was it Grok? I said, give me a picture of 4 accomplished scholars representing global diversity, okay, on a Kenyan context. Voila. Okay. Now, this actually sets us to the stage, it sets the stage to what I'm just about to explain in about less than 10 minutes. Governing generative AI in higher education, which is our theme. And actually this theme strikes at the heart of what we call truth or reality in the age of, when we talk about academia and in higher education. For the longest, universities have been saying we are the center of, truth-seeking centers. But what is truth then? When we do research, we are pursuing truth, or we are trying to seek reality. But what is reality in the age of AI? Whereby we can create reality. And a very interesting section when listening to vivas or PhD defenses, we're very specific in my school. In chapter 3, when someone starts to say they are philosophical, okay, you know that chapter, that section? How do you determine truth so that we judge your thesis based on, okay, your philosophical understanding of what truth is? And for the longest, the ontologies and saying, some will say positivists, truth is out there, you just need to go, ask people, and they'll tell you the truth, okay? And there, we'll align with the guys who will say, if you can't count it, okay, if you can't measure it, then probably it's not there. And they have their point and say, truth, whether I believe it or not, the truth doesn't change, and it's universal. Okay? And I don't know how many in this room are from that particular philosophy. And others will say, no. Truth is not universal. Truth is contextual. It's what I construct, my reality might be different from your reality. Okay? truth in Kenya maybe is different from truth in Germany. Okay. Truth in Chuka, is it different from truth in USIU? Now, a very interesting philosophy which is catching up very much aligned to this is the critical realism, where we say truth is not universal and truth is not contextual. We can actually create our own realities in the age of AI. We are not waiting. We're not, for the longest science was, we tell the truth by observing, by listening, using our senses, by tasting, by smelling, okay? And we can say, yes, it's acidic, yes, it's tart, or I can smell. That is it. But in the age of AI today, we're saying there's a lot more, and science has really helped us over time to see there are things that the eye cannot see. Therefore, we need maybe microscopes. Science will come in and advances in science to help us to overcome our limitations. Okay? And biologists and others, you know that very well. Now, at the age of AI, now we are riding on top of, when we talk about technology, at the beginning, we had processes which were manual. Automation came, or what we call software. Software has automated the processes. Now AI has come. AI has automated the software. Okay. Now the question is, what automates or governs AI? And this is where I bring the position or my argument here. I'll skip that. And saying at the heart of AI, the foundation of AI is actually philosophy. We need to go back to the basics. Okay? Philosophy should be the guiding truth in the age of AI. And as we do this, I was just looking at some of the issues which have come up, and Prof, you alluded to some of them, whereby we've been seeing, right from the Socratic inquiry and trying to see or to define what is truth. And even as Gen AI has made a lot of remarkable progress, but then we still know, as Prof said, the issues of hallucination. I don't know how many of you've gotten, you're reading your papers from your students, masters or PhD, and some references actually don't even exist. And you can tell this, there was a lot of AI here. And you're wondering, wait a minute, where is this reference? And sometimes we just look at the content, but we don't look at the reference and confirming that. Or for some of us who are in AI and coding, you find AI has generated a code, but it's actually not running. Okay? And so we start to question and saying, what then is guiding AI? Do we blindly, and I liked what you said, if AI has been relying on our data to learn, are we going back now saying we are relying on AI to tell us what it is? Because for the longest and how we do it, in that AI is fetching all this data, our experiences, okay, captured and documented, and learning patterns. And anytime we digress away from the motivation or the anchor of AI, which is humanity, and as you said, because at the heart of AI is mimicking our cognitive abilities, how we reason, how we do problem solving. And for the longest time, there was some kind of not much progress. And again, by limitations of the computational power that was there. But when we went back again to the heart of what is AI, mimicking human beings and trying to study the brain, the introduction of machine learning, the introduction of deep learning, it's always been back to the human at the center. That's when we make progress. And so with all this, and we're asking, with all this kind of, hallucinations happening or bias that we find. In fact, I was looking at this other image here. I asked AI, generate an image of university vice chancellors in Kenya. What do you notice about it? Yeah, it's gender dominated, okay? There's a particular gender which is, but isn't that not the reality on the ground, maybe?
Yeah, it's correct. Most of them are the elderly.
Most of them are elderly, and most of them are male.
Yeah, most of them are.
Okay? Now the question is, someone will argue and say, then why do we crucify AI if it's giving us back the reality of the ground? Okay? If there are already disparities, if there is already bias in community, AI will actually just exacerbate it to make it worse.
You ask for the reality or you ask for the right answer?
I just said generate an image of university vice chancellors in Kenya.
But you can see they are not real people.
Okay.
Not the ones.
Yeah. But it picks the features.
The picture of what kind of vice chancellors you have in Kenya.
Okay. And the key point there was actually AI noticed an important feature is the gender. Most of them are male. Therefore, it puts a lot more male. And same experiment was done for Ask AI, generate for me a picture of a doctor. What would you like to get to see? It's a male, and most likely a white male. Okay? That was done for a CEO of Fortune 500 companies. It would be a white man, a white, and then a man. So if that's, it's just a reflection of what kind of data is being trained on these AI systems. It's already biased. And we're saying AI will actually make it worse. Now maybe the question is, what should happen? What should we do then? How do we stop this? How do we reverse this? And I think reversing this, it goes beyond just having a technical solution. By simply, maybe some people will argue and say, have, representative data sets, a more balanced data sets. But I think we need a solution to this, a long-lasting solution to this. It actually should tackle deeper philosophical questions, which start with defining what is bias, what is fairness, okay? And do we have to wait for the big tech companies to define to us what is fairness? Okay, what is bias? And every time we give this particular speech, I'm reminded of an experiment I do with my students. When you type beauty or beautiful, what will AI give you in relation to beauty? It will be most likely a female, and a white female, very slender with cheekbones protruding, okay? So you can see how someone else somewhere defines beauty. And what's the impact? The skin, what do we call it? Skin lightening cream? Yep. It's a multi-million-dollar business in Africa, especially west of Africa. Because someone has defined the concept of beauty. And they're saying, no, my dark skin, this melanin, no, I need to remove some of it. I need to look beautiful as defined by. And that's why I'm saying we need to go back to philosophy is the foundation of AI. AI should be based on, and we need not wait for someone else to define for us what all this means. And therefore, as we look at all this, looking at how AI is amplifying biases, and as you know, the example I've given there, vice chancellors in Kenya. So maybe we'll be asking, should we have a fair gender split, and how will a fair gender split look like? Will it be half of the VCs to be male, 50-50? Okay. And will it actually be representative of what is happening on the ground? Can this be applied maybe in all the jobs and roles? But then this assumes, actually, that there's no intrinsic differences between genders. And I'm not saying that these are easy answers, okay? And that there are no easy answers to all this. And therefore, the attempt to define what is fairness, what is beauty, and other phenomena, you can see it falls or it calls for philosophical interventions. And who is better placed than people in higher education, than researchers like you and I? Okay. Philosophy is a foundation to all aspects of AI. As I try to wrap up, Prof, you know the problem with teachers, as you said. Nikiongea freestyle, I'll take more time. So I'm trying to stick to the script. In the era where AI, as we've seen, it can draft essays for students, it can analyze data almost automatically, instantly. Students are asking, and I like the question you asked, then what is the value of university? Why should we spend 4 years and pay about $1 billion shillings or more to be here for 4 years in higher education? What is the unique value that Chuka University is giving to the 8,000 or 9,000 students who are coming? Behind every admission number, there are parents, there are grandparents, there's a family, there's a clan. Why are they excited that their student is coming to Chuka? How will they live in 4 years or 3 years' time? And I think some fundamentals will not change. Some of the replaceable human qualities that are expected at the end of the 3rd or 4th year of the students at Chuka University and all other universities, aspects of critical thinking, ethical reasoning, creativity, what value are we adding to our communities? Not just within, but even back at home. So this calls basically for a paradigm shift on how, not just how, but the role of universities as the primary institutions that should actually lead the way. We must transform how we teach, how we research, how we evaluate, and how we serve our communities. Quickly running to teaching and learning. So, away from the traditional, and I like the example that was given here, now moving into AI augmented experiential models, faculty were not just extending knowledge to the students, okay, but now our role will be more facilitators and mentors, because these students, they come with issues, and you cannot teach a group of students who are having a lot of issues in their head, Gone are the days will come and say, I'm a professor of AI. All those others, take them to the counselor. Students don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. I don't know whether I repeat that again. Yeah. Okay. Students will never care how much PhD or PhDs you have until they know you care about them. Okay. And I think AI, if AI can help us, to deal with the mundane things that take a lot of our time. Okay? Processes that can be automated so that we concentrate. I'm not looking at you as a mass class, but I'm looking at you as individuals and saying, this is Mutebe, this is Paul. Okay? I know you by name. I know that, before you came to class, what are the issues you're having? We'll start to see a change on the products that we're giving from our universities. And when I look at research, AI definitely accelerates the discovery and, human direction, obviously, as Prof was saying. And last night, I said, now, let me look at the website and see what is Chuka doing in terms of AI. I was very impressed, okay. I saw Chuka University's research team working on automated breast cancer screening using modified UNet and capsule neural networks, combining AI with medical expertise to address critical health challenges in Kenya. And I said, okay. And when I saw Edna's name, I'm like, okay, I think I know that one. Okay. And all the bioeconomical innovations, transforming agricultural waste into economic value and banana fiber applications, showing how AI can support sustainable development, especially when guided by researchers, who are tackling Kenyan real cases. So I think initiatives like these ones, enhancing global food supply chains and promoting agricultural resilience, it really, I think it brought us Chuka University, strength in applied sciences. And finally, looking at community service. How can AI amplify impact through ethical AI use? Right now, you're dealing with farmers, I bet, with agriculture programs and all that. The AI or the mobile, the apps, AI apps on their phones, do they speak in their language? Okay. How do we contextualize? Nelson Mandela said, if you speak to me in English, you speak to mine. But if you speak to me in Chuka, you speak to my heart. Growing up, my parents, I think where we grew, because our nannies were not from my tribe, so we spoke a lot of Kiswahili. And so the primary language was Kiswahili at home and English. But anytime my parents switched to my native language, it speaks, okay? It speaks to the heart. And therefore, why can't we also ensure that whatever we're having, it speaks in Chuka? And whether it's the language, but the context, okay? The use of multilingual tools for farmer advisories, definitely while maintaining human connections. And I think Chuka's community sensitization, I saw that on triple threat, HIV, TB, and malnutrition, public service engagement, and other agricultural outreach. They actually demonstrate this balanced approach. And I say kudos to the research community here. In wrapping, we need a robust, context-specific policies and AI, and we'll be talking about this today and tomorrow. I'll be very keen to see if it's not there, how can we help Chuka make those milestones by having an AI ethics committee. I was very happy to hear there's already some literacy training, okay, and many other things that you're doing to address these challenges. For example, bias mitigation, okay, I think that should be covered in this. So finally, it's a call to action for our faculty, and I'm very glad to see that you're already leveraging AI, and I think this should cut across Kenya, leveraging AI to elevate the teaching and research, as seen in some of the projects that I've mentioned about Chuka here, and how our students can also build human skills that complement the technology. And I'm very excited that the leadership of the university, and hopefully this should cut across our VCs and top management in the universities, they need to invest in policy. And AI requires infrastructure. In fact, early this year, for the first time, we ran a national AI hackathon with the spine on in the country, NIS. And it was very interesting, maybe I should be saying this off record, how 2024 changed the whole way they do business. The Gen Z they taught them something, okay? Gen Zs used tech. Gen Zs translated the bill into local native languages, utilizing the platforms, our Royal Media, I don't know what station here it is, but they spoke to the hearts of the people, breaking it down, okay? And very interesting things. And when I look at the projects that they were presenting, right from border survey, right from, touching agriculture, sometimes you limit security to think security is terrorism, but there is food security. There is, financial security. Security is all round. And very interesting solutions if our young people are given opportunities to really come out and express themselves, so that it's not just passing knowledge. And as you rightly said, knowledge, they can go to YouTube University and get it all. What difference are you making in that class? Okay? How are we inspiring them as mentors? Because now it's not giving them knowledge. It's helping them, transform that knowledge into impactful, innovative solutions in their context. And so it's a call to all of us, and even as the image that we had there, it tells us AI can imitate, but only humans can innovate. Yeah. We innovate with wisdom, and we innovate with purpose, because it comes from the heart. May Chuka University continue leading, reclaiming that human spark, and all other universities also, not just for Chuka University and the community around here, but for the country and the region. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Prof once more. Let's do it better. Okay, we can do a factorial that is rising. We start with 1 to 5, yeah? Okay, 1 to go. Thank you very much. You can appreciate that we brought the best. And although the session was supposed to have one lesson, actually we have got 2 lessons. And the VC put it very lightly because it laid the background of what we are doing here and what we can associate with. And then we have been given another perspective. I'm going to give you an indication of what will happen after the group photo and also after a short health break. We will have one more presentation from Dr. Edna, but then we go into now practical session, and that's why we told you to come with your laptop. Even those who are joining us online, VC, we have quite a number of people joining us online, both from Chuka and also from far away. I can see many friends who have joined us online. We also live on Facebook, we also live on YouTube, so and many people are following these proceedings. So together with the online viewers and those who are here, we'll go to the practical session, that is after Dr. Edna's presentation, where we'll be introduced to some of the tools and we showcase some of the capacities, the capabilities that we have with the different tools in your areas. Either you're a teacher, a researcher, you are an academician, you are an administrator, anything that you do, will showcase what you can be able to do with the tools that are available. But just like you were saying in the morning, nobody taught you how to use your phone. You're only given the phone. You are told this is the app that calls. You found your way to those other apps. And today you are using multiple of them. It is the same thing with AI. The capacity that we are having today with those tools, it's not the same capacity we had in 2024 when we did the first workshop here. Many things have improved. Many others have come with different capacities and capabilities, and it will continue to be so. So what we'll be giving to you is just an introduction so that you have the familiarization of what is happening, and then you are able to find your way into more uses. So thank you very much, and we appreciate that the Vice Chancellor took his time to sit with us. Thank you very much, we appreciate. Makofi kwa VC. Thank you very much. After the group photo, are you going to take tea, Professor? Yes, so tea is ready. So I'll ask Professor to bless the tea and the snacks we'll take after the group photo. I'll give you guidance. We have a place where we'll take the photos. John is ready. John in mkono wa kuone is our chief photographer. There will be a number of photos for all of us, and then there will be a photo for all the DAD alumni who have joined us from far, and those who are from Chuka University. Some are joining us online, like Simon Buru, Professor Moraya, they are online. But those who are here, they'll join us for a group photo with the VC. After that, we go down one floor down. Prof, yes? That one floor down, that's where we'll take our tea, and then we come back to this room. You are free to leave your laptops on the desk. They are secure. Somebody is taking care of that, so you don't have to carry your luggage when we are getting out. Yeah. But then, VC, you wanted one photo while we are inside, and then another one outside.
I wanted a photo when I'm in class.
You're in class. Thank you. Thank you, Duru. You can, and then we go outside. Thank you. Thank you. So as Professor Masi is coming in front, after that photo we'll have prayers for we bless the snacks.
I've been blessed. By the way, I'm going to be the next visit.
Rose, you have to pay me for that. I'm giving you that chance for free. So Obui, you can come and take a mic, and it's a class.
Oh, it's a class.
It's a class. Yes.
I'm teaching Prof here.
Yeah.
Prof, now this neuroscience. Why did you finish that? I said, this is AI. What does our AI policy say? Prof, you're going to get 2 semesters. Okay. When you're in primary, you're told to come with a roll of barbed wire. This time, we'll tell you to come with 5 computers. Oh, I love it.
Thank you. I'm told the person they had told to pray for the tea was the one who prayed for the opening prayers. So let's have another one and a record this case to welcome and bless it. So we can rise up. Let's go ahead.
Thank you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we bow in your presence once more. We are grateful for the provision of the cup of tea and the accompaniment. Dear Lord, we receive it with thanksgiving, bless it, sanctify it, and share it. We give thanks for provision in Jesus' name.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. So we'll be taking one big group photo outside here, all of us, and then one with the DAB scholars. Kindly encourage those who are online continue also interacting online. Chapa inbox message, muulize nilikuona wapi, and then the story starts from there. Muulize what are you doing, and then you can see what you can do together. But here in the room, we'll move on to the next topic. The topic will be delivered by Dr. Edna To. She is the COD, Department of Computer Science here at Chuka University, and also an enthusiast of artificial intelligence. She's the one who's doing research, the one Professor Omboi talked about. We'll also have one online session that will be done by Moses Speaker. Moses would have wished to be with us, but he got a trip to Europe. But he said, nevertheless, he can deliver from where he is. So we'll have a session by Moses Speaker, and Speaker will be talking about generative AI in postgraduate research supervision and research integrity. But the first talk that we'll go straight into is AI for education and research, applications in teaching, research, and academic administration. That will be done by Dr. Edna. We'll also have a session where we do practical application of generative AI tools in teaching, research, and academic administration that will be taken through by Saif Kinyori and Pauline Mwaka, and Dr. Edna is overseeing that also. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to say many things. The ground has been set. We know what we are here to do. But as an output, other than the networking, I also promised DAD that at the end of this workshop, we may not have a full policy that is refined and that can be presented by any particular institution and accepted immediately, but we may have some guiding, we may have some policy points or policy guidance statements that will infer an acceptable and a suitable adequate policy that will guide the use of artificial intelligence in teaching, research, and many other things that we do, all geared towards making our use of artificial intelligence to be responsible, observing the rules of ethics, knowing how to mitigate bias, and all those things that the speakers will be talking about. So I want, and I'm giving you this so that when you are listening to the speakers, you listen to them from that angle. Kindly have that angle of asking yourself, yes, there is that capacity to use that AI tool to do ABCD, but how is it responsible use? Associated with it, and many other questions that relates to governance, ethics, policy, etc. So listen to our speakers from that dimension. And I know you are capable people, that's why you are selected to come and join us. So, uwanja ni wetu. In the afternoon, we'll have a participatory session where now we'll be asking ourselves those questions on policy, bias, ethics, etc. Will be a participatory session, as I've said, where everybody will have to put their input. We'll do it in the next room and I will guide you in that. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, allow me to welcome on stage Dr. Edna To. Kwa makofi, mpigie makofi. Thank you kwa hiyo makofi, lakini sasa tupige ingine kama tumesimama. Tusimame. Najua tumetoka break. Tufanye ile ya professor. Let's do digital first. Digital. Digital again. Digital again. Then parliament. Another one. Another one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Chuka. For those who are coming back again, for those who are here for the first time, welcome to Chuka. So I'll be taking you through
how we can leverage AI in higher learning or in higher education, in simply higher learning or in the university. Given that our mandate in the university is teaching, we have research, we have innovation, and also administration. So how can we leverage artificial intelligence? And I'm not talking about generative AI, because I think when generative AI came, we thought that is the AI that is actually AI. But AI has been here since 1950s. It's not something that came the other day. So I'll be taking you through some of the areas that you can leverage AI, especially in education. And my name is Dr. Edna Top. I'm the COD Computer Science, and I'm also Senior Lecturer, Computer Science, and I'm a researcher in the field of AI. So here we'll start by looking at what is the role of the AI. Of course, we look at what AI is, some overviews and some terminologies that we can find ourselves or we can come across as we learn AI. And then we look at some of the practical applications, especially for us who are in teaching. And then we'll see how we can be able to use these tools to improve productivity and also do innovation. And then I won't dwell so much on the ethical considerations, because there is a whole lecture on that, which will be given later, either today or tomorrow. So I believe all of us have used AI. Who have not used AI? Who have not used AI? So that means all of us have used AI, whether to create lecture notes, whether to create an email, whether to create a memo, because I believe most of us are administrators, in writing proposals because we are researchers, in doing data analysis, we've all used AI in one way or the other. So in a nutshell, we are all AI revolutionaries, or we are part of AI that we are talking about. And we'll see how to use it, and then later on we'll see how can we use it responsibly. So why does AI matters in the field of or in the university? Because most of us are in the university. One, it helps in improving how we teach, or the quality of the teach. I think in the morning, Professor mentioned some students are now telling you to stop using what? The yellow pages. I think they are called yellow pages, or the yellow notes. So we're no longer using the yellow notes. We've now gone to not only content even that are generated by books, because initially after the yellow notes we had PPT and we had the handouts. We moved from there. Now you can create different materials. You can create PDFs. You can create PPTs. You can create images to illustrate whatever you want. So it matters because it has helped to improve the teaching quality, because you can generate better content. It has also enhanced student experience. I think one of the challenges that we had, especially with the 844. In the 844, I think people are saying, you put a rabbit, you put a fish and a lion, or is it a monkey, in the same room, and you expect them to operate in the same environment, right? But now that is no longer a question, because AI can help to be able to detect different abilities of who? Our learners. And you can teach them differently, the same content but in a different way. So it has enhanced student experience, and also you are able to adapt to adapt to different learning abilities of your student. It has also accelerated research. So if you're not publishing a lot in this era, in the university we are told you either publish or what? Perish. But that is no longer a question, or that is no longer a problem, because we can easily do research right now. We can easily write proposals, we can easily write articles, manuscripts, and submit within a very short period of time. So We've also seen with AI, we can be able to do some predictive analytics, which can be created from different dashboards, and that can be evidence, or we can make evidence-based decision, not from guesswork, within a very short period of time. We can also automate tasks. We have those tasks that, the small tasks that can be done without the intervention of a person, like replying to an email, maybe generating some reports. You can do them automatically. So some of those administrative tasks can be automated using artificial intelligence. And one important thing for AI, especially the university, is that it can drive innovation. We want to do more research. We want to come up with new technologies. We want to come up with some innovations in our own different fields. So AI can help us to be able to do all these tasks. So before we look at what are some of the areas that you can actually leverage, let's look at what is AI. So AI refers to the computer system designed to perform tasks that typically would require human intelligence. So those things that you can do as a human, when we create a computer system that mimic whatever you can be able to do, that would qualify to be called intelligence. So it is expected to reason, it is expected to learn, it is expected to solve problems, and it is also expected to understand language, just like the way humans would do. So artificial intelligence is normally a very wide field. Within this field, there are so many small subfields. And one of them is machine learning. I'm sure you've heard about machine learning, right? And some of us are even employing machine learning. So machine learning is a field of AI that actually learns from data without having to explicitly program, or what we call coding from the perspective of computing. So data is key for machine learning, or we call it oil for machine learning. Then we have deep learning. Deep learning is also machine learning. In the morning you had a prof talking about convoluted or convolution neural networks. Convolution neural network is simply a deep learning. And deep learning is a subset of machine learning. But it's a very powerful subset because it is the one that has revolutionized the field of artificial intelligence. The generative AI that we're seeing today, the engine behind it is a what? A deep learning. And deep learning is simply a neural network. Artificial neural network. We know neural is the structure of the brain, right? From those who are maybe biology and health. So ideally, this deep learning borrows from how the structure of the brain works, or how the processing of data happens, or information happens within the brain. The same structure is borrowed now on what? Artificial neural network. So we are borrowing from the structure of the brain and creating system-based. So there are basically layers of neural networks that process information. And they process information with high accuracy. That's why you can be able to see today, you can be able to generate content. Any content, so long as you describe it. And every time it becomes what? Accurate. The engine behind it is deep learning, which is simply a neural network. And deep learning is just a subset of machine learning, but the impact that it has had in the industry is very huge. Then the other field is natural language processing, or NLP. NLP is also another field of AI, and this one is its work is to be able to understand and generate human language. So whatever we interact with, how do we interact with something like ChatGPT first of all? How do you interact with it? How do you interact with it? You can type, right? What else can you do? You can speak to it, right? You can, how else do you can upload an image, right? What else can you do? Can you interact with it through a sign language? Maybe not, but it's not like it's not possible. Currently, maybe not, but it's not like it's not possible. It's something that is possible because it's part of what? All these are part of natural language, which are languages that we interact with. So we interact with these languages to the computer or to the systems. So that is natural language. And again, most of this natural language, the technology behind it is still deep learning. To understand all these languages, deep learning is used, or machine learning. So the other field is computer vision, a field that I'm very passionate about. It's a field of AI that works with interpreting images, videos, or simply visual environments. We use images to actually communicate. We can use images. You said you can use images to interact with our ChatGPT, right? Or some of these AI tools. You can also use images to detect diseases, just like what hospitals do. Then we have and many other areas. There are many other areas of not machine learning, but artificial intelligence. But these are the main ones. There are others. There's the speech recognition, although it can be part of natural language processing. There's expert systems, all these, and many other areas. Then we have generative AI. Generative AI is just, we can say it's a new area that has just cropped up, and the essence of generative AI is to create text, ideally to create content, which can be text, can be images, it can be code, it can be videos. So you can create anything from just a small prompt. So that is generative AI. So at the top we have artificial intelligence. Then artificial intelligence is an umbrella of various fields. So this is not the exhaustive field. And then from there we have machine learning, which is mandated to learn from data. Then deep learning is just a subset of machine learning. And generative AI is create content, which can vary. So it's a small subset of the artificial intelligence. So as much as we are talking so much about generative AI, it's just a very small concept within the field of artificial intelligence. But of course the impact that it has had is actually very huge. So let's see, how can we leverage artificial intelligence for the tasks that we normally do in the higher education or simply education, and one of them is teaching. How can we use AI in teaching? So one, we can leverage AI for lesson planning and also curriculum design. I'm sure all of us have designed, in a way we've all designed a curriculum, right? Or we all attend classes. How many of us use ChatGPT to generate course outline? We all do that, right? And if you're not doing that, then I don't want to say there's something wrong, but yeah, so it can help to generate a very good course outline based on, if you already have course description, you know how long your semester is going to take, then you can generate the course outline within a very short period of time. And it can even give you, if you don't even have weeks, it can generate for you, including the activities that you're going to do in each and every week. Within a very short time, not even a minute, in seconds, so long as you have the what? The right prompt. How many of us are using AI, generative AI for curriculum development? Personally, it makes my work very easy, especially for us who are coming up with curriculum within a very short period of time. And especially in this era that we are in, especially for us who are in computer science. So you can use it for curriculum development, and not also that CUE wants the curriculum right now within in a specified rubric, right? So you can generate, if you already have, or you can create that rubric and then give all the contents that you want to this curriculum, and it will generate for you, and you're not going to have the back and forth with what? The CUE. It's going to make your work easier. So it also helps to make resource curation. You can't read everything. So the generative AI can help you to be able to identify what are the resources that you're going to read, the content, and videos. In case there are case studies, it can help you to be able to do that. So it can also help to give you a plan for the different learners and capabilities of the learners that you have in your class within a very short or within that course that you're presenting. So for teaching, you can also use AI for content generation. I think you can. Right now, you can generate images. I know we use images. Or personally, I like, if I'm learning, I see what I'm learning from an image. And I know many of us like such like things. Anything that you can see or things that you can see from an image, it helps you to be able to understand the content much better compared to just text. So right now you can generate images, you can generate visuals, the infographics, you can generate very beautiful information that your students can easily decipher or understand. So there are quite a number of tools that can help you with this. There is a Canva AI, I'm sure you've heard about Canva AI. It can help you to create images, it can help you to create PPTs, content. So Gamma as well. Gamma, I like Gamma. I've even paid for Gamma. It helps you to create PPT in any subject. You can create it directly from Gamma, or personally what I like to do, I like generating content from another platform, like maybe Cloud, ChatGPT, and Gemini. And then I now, when I see that is the content that I want, I'll transfer it to what? To Gamma. But it can generate for you content that you want from scratch. And it creates it with very beautiful visuals, infographics, relevant to actually the content that you are presenting. So you can try. Gamma you can use it for free up to some time. If you're like me, I used it for free for some time until I exhausted all my emails. They were no longer given credits. That's why I had to do what? To pay for it. It's not quite expensive, around 1,500 in a month. But if you're a big user of generating content, especially if you do a lot of presentation, then it's going to make your work easy. Grammarly is another very important tool, especially for us who are researchers. I think Grammarly, we've even used Grammarly before the generative AI came in. I think I used my Grammarly when I was doing my PhD, and basically it was helping us to do what? Rephrase sentences and do what? And grammatical errors. Was it AI then? Yes, it was AI. That's what I'm telling you. Generative AI has made AI popular, but it was still there. It's actually started around 1950s. So it's something that has been there for a long time. So we've been using AI for a long time. For those who've been using Grammarly. Yes?
If you write a proposal and you want to do paraphrasing.
Yes.
If I use Grammarly, will it then if somebody's supposed to check my AI levels, will it show? I use Grammarly to paraphrase.
I think the world knows that we are using AI, right? And we said, and it even permits the use of AI. Disclosure is what is important. How did you use what? AI. For what purpose? Okay? Because, again, if we say that they are detection tools, you know, you can write from scratch, and the tools detect as what? 100% AI generated.
Is it true?
Yes. It's actually true. Because when you're writing a proposal, or you're writing, let's say, a manuscript or a paper, you read content that has been published by other people, right? Yeah. So you use a similar language. If you're creating content from ChatGPT or the likes, It will generate content related to what other people have already done. So disclosure is what it is.
Actually, what to do that disclosure.
Yeah.
Disclosure is very important. Say,
Yeah.
I use Grammarly to polish my, especially for us in Africa.
Yes.
English seemed double check.
Yeah.
And as long as you say that, then that's fine. Though again we have AI to humanize AI generated
Content, yes.
So
We have
it really
humanizers.
truly humanize the content.
Yes, it can humanize the content. Humanizing is simply putting it in a language that looks like it was not generated by what? AI. Yeah.
Actually, there are some. What you need to give it. I think some of us, our biggest documents have been our thesis.
Mhm.
So you tell AI, look at, this is how I normally write. I'm doing this proposal. Use my style. so it changes that to your style.
Hey, when you talk about low English, so the English here is low like.
Actually, what we do with our ChatGPT and the generative AI tools is to let it understand how you communicate. Personally, I let it make it do the way I do my work. So if there is a comma somewhere, I tell it, no, I want my content written in such a manner. So in a way, I'm teaching what? Generative AI to generate for me content that I want, or in my style that I want.
But talk, how do you avoid the aspect of listeners that can easily crop in? Because,
I think let's talk about that when we are looking at the ethics and the responsible use of AI, because I think that's the main agenda of this workshop. So let's talk about that.
The meter will define for us laziness.
So that's for AI content creation. So you can use it also for design of assessment. We can use it to generate questions. How many of us are using are using AI to prepare for exams? We are all using it, right? Even interview questions, you get it from AI before you actually go for the interviews. So you can use it to generate questions. It can help you to generate valid questions, and it can even help you to be able. So we apply Bloom's taxonomy. Yeah. So you can also tell it to, depending on which level, whether undergraduate, whether certificate, whether diploma, and it will generate you the correct questions for each and every level. Also for academic integrity, I think he's mentioned about the detectors I mentioned about the detectors, he mentioned about the humanizers. So it can also help in terms of academic integrity. But of course, there are ethical issues that arise with that. The use eternity for plagiarism, or to check whether the contents were generated by AI. But given that we have humanizers, that also bring another dimension which we have to talk about as researchers or educators. It can also help in adaptive testing. I think I also mentioned about having different learners in your class. And actually AI, people have different ways of deciphering information. Different people decipher information differently. So you can give them the same content. You can ask them questions, and then from the questions that probably they answer, you can generate more content that is specific for a given person. And at the end, you'll have achieved your objective. So you can create questions and adjust the difficulties based on individual performance by checking how did they perform. So it can also help in terms of instant grading. Personally, I do this. For us, we teach computer applications, which is done for all the university. And I believe most other universities are teaching this course. It has so many students. You could have 100 plus. So if you're giving how many cards? 2 or 3 cards plus assignments. I don't know if you'll have time to look at all these, and it's only one unit. So what I normally do, I set questions which are going to be marked after the student has pressed what? Submit. So the student gets their feedback, and my work is done within a very short period of time. So also for automated feedback, I think that is related to that assessment. You get immediate feedback, especially for students. So when students rate you, they are not going to rate you that you normally take the whole semester to mark their cut. So you give them their feedback without delays. So it can also help in terms of providing some targeted information based on a given student, and also you get some consistent information that applies probably a certain rubric, especially the one that I've said in regards to curriculum development. CUE wants the curriculum to be in a certain structure. So right now you don't have to struggle. Present that structure that CUE wants, and then it will create for you the rest of the content. Also, we've mentioned the personalized learning pathways. I don't think I need to go deep about that, so we can use that for intelligent tutoring systems. So AI can actually be a learning companion. It can provide a one-on-one instruction or a step-by-step guidance. How many of us, personally, I don't like learning from videos. So I think generative AI came to say, I'm not a YouTube graduate. That one I can say with certainty. I like reading my content. So this one has helped me, or AI has helped me to be able to learn my content by reading. And then in case I want to check whether I have understood the concept, then I can write, I can answer some questions here and there. We also have the ChatGPT and Gemini. Actually, you can converse with it. In a way, it's a chatbot. I don't know, do you converse with your ChatGPT? Yes, we do, right? All the time, as if you're talking to your friend. It just become your companion in a way. So you chat or converse with it. So in any subject. We also have others. We have Khan Academy, Kanmingo, which can be used for tutoring students through some problems, some math problems, etc. And then for those who are in programming, we have the GitHub Copilot, or simply a Copilot. This one is used mostly for computer science courses. So it also helps in boosting, AI helps in boosting student engagement by doing what? By providing some gamified learning. So learning no longer has to be boring. Learning no longer has to be boring. So there, as you create materials, you can also gamify these materials to ensure that it keeps the students engaged and also interested in learning the content that you want. I think Kahoot is one of the tools that you can use. Duolingo, especially for those who are learning languages. They have some games that can be applied and they make learning more interesting. We've talked about the conversational AI. We have now chatbots that gives you ask a question and they give you answers instantly, and then of course the conversation continues from there. And that also provides some interactive simulations, especially for those who do labs, simulations, and also do some abstract concepts, especially in STEM. Another important thing that AI have done is to ensure that there is accessibility and inclusion. How many of us care? We teach, right? How many of us care to know what kind of students that you have? Do you care to know what kind of students that you have? Do you care to know are they disabled? And disability comes in many forms, right? Na inajua disability munaona the physical ones, right? The ones that you can see. But do you know there are those students who they can hear but they may not hear properly? Do you bother to know how this student is going to be part of your learning? There are those students who can't see. I don't know even if my slides are there. There are those students who can't see. Or even if they can see, they can hardly see what? Very small content. Do you make them part of your learning? So AI can help you to bring these people with difficulties on board. So AI for accessibility and inclusion. And I'm glad Charles is here. I think he invited me. Where's Charles? Dr. Charles from Maseno. He did a very good workshop on this, ensuring that AI is included for the people who have disabilities. And we saw actually, I think when we talk from the point of view of just talking. But when Charles invited us in Maseno, we saw these firsthand and the challenges that these students face, especially those who are doing what? STEM. They have challenges. So we can use AI to include these students with difficulties. By including the content that you generate or the materials that you generate to have maybe the translation from speech to text or from text to speech for those who have different capabilities. I'm sure if today or we've not even thought that we would have somebody who can't hear in this room. Do we have provisions for such people? Do we? Right now we don't, right? But is it necessary?
Yes.
So it means we've locked out some other people from being in this workshop. But we can include them by having what? An AI that automatically translates what I'm saying through what? Into a sign language. So it's something that is very much possible. So we can also have AI for translation from maybe different, it could be sign language, but also from language. We say that when we talk our own native language, we speak to our hearts in a way, right? But if we talked our own native language here, are we going to be speaking to other people except your? So we can use AI to translate from one language to another. But of course there are challenges with that because the way in which it speaks to your language, it speaks to your heart. It may not, when it is translated, it may not speak to the heart of the next person, right? So there will be some loss there. So personally, I've benefited hugely from the language translators. I was in China. China, everything is in what? Chinese. I believe you can see the content that I have there. So everything, from the bus stop, from the foods in the shelves, they are written in that language. I'm sure it's also scaring you, right? Yeah. But in a way, you have to survive because you can't keep asking a Chinese who doesn't know English what that means. So how do you survive? You use the translators to help you translate from the Chinese to what? English or simplified Chinese or Mandarin. So, but we can also use it in our own environments. We have, is it 43 tribes? Yes, right? Over 60 languages, as I'm told. We can translate them. Right now, I think in the next few years, nobody is going to be speaking these native languages. Why? Because there's a generation that doesn't know how to do what? To speak the languages. How are they going to learn? We can create those apps right now. We can create these systems right now that can help even the children learn. I think Duolingo is one of the tools. I think for Duolingo there is Luo, if I'm not wrong. Is it? For those who are Luos. Are you using Duolingo with Luo?
That is innovation. We have been quite. It's not the language, it's only Luo.
Yeah, I think it's only Luo. Of course, there are other languages, but most of them have not been integrated with some of these major platforms. Learning analytics and also data-driven teaching. You can integrate AI to be able to help you make some decisions from data by creating dashboards which can be visible visually and also within a very short period of time. So if it is an instant exam that I've given or cut that I've given, I can automatically get a dashboard of how the performance was, who performed well by how much, and who did not, what question was popular or what question was performed very well. So with this, it can help to be able to identify who are there, the slow learners who are having difficulties here and there, and that can act as an early warning systems. And also it can check the performance trends and also the engagement metrics, especially for the LMS. So we can also use, so that is for teaching. We can also use AI in research. So you can use AI to brainstorm your ideas. Ideally, before the generative AI, how are we brainstorming? You look for people, right? Who you have the same interest with. You sit down and then you discuss. Right now, do we do that? I think when I have an idea, the first place that I'll go to before I even invite some collaborators is what? AI. And we brainstorm together with what? AI. And when we are brainstorming, you get more what? Ideas. You just have your small idea, you ask the generative AI, and it gives you more ideas than even what you had initially. So it can help to generate creative ideas. It can also help to identify, once you've gotten your idea, in research, we normally fill some gaps, right? How do we identify that there is a gap from what other people have already done? So AI can help you to be able to identify gaps, and from the gaps, we can be able to formulate the research questions, we can be able to develop the objectives, we can be able to even write the grant proposals, and also build some frameworks. So some of the tools that can help you to be able to do this, I believe ChatGPT is one of the tools that most of us have used. We have Cloud. It's one of the, I don't want to say best because best keeps changing, but it's one of the good tools that researchers can leverage on. But you realize that they keep changing. Today Cloud is good. Tomorrow we'll have what? Copilot. The next day we'll have what? ChatGPT, because they are also in competition. The others are Gemini, Perplexity, and we also have Notebook LM. These are just a few, but there are many tools out there that as a researcher you can use to brainstorm your ideas and also develop a proposal. So part of what we do for as researchers is come up with literature review and ideally do some knowledge discovery. So there are some tools that can help you to be able to do some literature review or searching first. I think before we do literature review, what you have to do is search. So a good tool that you can use is Elicit. Elicit is specifically for searching. You want papers, you want specific papers. You can search through Elicit. You can search through Consensus, OpenAlex. There is also SI Space. I like SI Space. It will give me paper, it will give me a brief summary, and it will also give me a gap of what that particular paper is all about. So those are just a few. Then we have those that can be used for searching and also mapping other content. We have Research Rabbit, and we also have connected papers. It helps to be able to visualize the research networks. That's why when you search for a specific thing, it can network you to other many papers. There exist also many researchers. SI Space is also my favorite, and you can also use it to evaluate the citations. I think when we are publishing, part of what we need to check is how is the citations of that paper that you're referencing or citing. And SI Space can help you to be able to do that. SI Sites can also help you with that. Another one which is also very powerful, which I recommend for every researcher, is Notebook LM. This one is Google. And it can help you organize your reports. You can actually upload the files. If, let's say, you've gone to search through all these tools that we've mentioned, downloaded your papers, you can upload it on Notebook LM. And if you give it, a rubric that you want for your manuscript, it can do the rest for you automatically, including what? Referencing. So Notebook is powerful for such kind. And then there's also SI Space, which you can also leverage. But if you want much from SI Space, you have to pay. The good thing about Notebook LM, I think it's going to be free. I don't know for how long, but I know if you want advanced features, then you have to pay for it. For data collection, Safe did some presentation here. I think he was collecting feedback from us, right? Yeah, he was collecting some content from us. What was he using? He was using a what? A Mentimeter, right? To collect data. So you can also use that to collect data, and you can see the results what? Instantly as users gives you what? Feedback, or the respondents give you feedback. So that is a tool that you can use, and it's an AI tool. There are also others. There is a Microsoft Forms, there is a Copilot, which can help you to be able to do your survey. ChatGPT can also help you to design your tool for collecting data. You can design questionnaire using ChatGPT or most of these generative AI tool, and within a very short time you have a very interesting tool. We also have, if you're doing, let's say, interviews, we now have transcribers and Otter AI. I'm sure you've seen Otter AI if you've been attending some online meetings, right? You've seen the Otter AI. Otter AI is used for transcribing what people are talking about through voice. There's also others. There's the Fireflies AI and many others. It automatically transcribes. There are also others. If you collect data and you need annotation, especially for us, we are not experts. If I'm, let's say, designing, if I'm building an AI model for detecting cancer, I'm not a doctor, right? But I need, for me to be able to accomplish this, I need images that are labeled, meaning images that are already annotated, that this one has cancer, this one doesn't have cancer. So I can't do it, but there are tools that can be able to help us do this. We may not do it 100%. Of course, we rely on people, or we rely on experts to be able to help us do this. This was just an example. We may not use exactly these tools to be able to do this, because some of them areas require high expertise to be able to achieve it. But some of them could be Label Studio, Locano are some of those tools that can help us to be able to do the labeling. We can also use it for data analysis. We can use it for quantitative and qualitatives. So some of the tools that you can use for these are the Tableaus, the Power BI, the Julius AI, the Google Colab for those of us who are in computing. But I know others also are using Google Colab. We have GitHub Copilot. So those are some of the tools that you can use for quantitative analysis. If you're doing machine learning, you need some visualization, then those are some of the tools that you can leverage. For those who are doing qualitative analysis, then NVivo is one of them. There's Max CUDA, and there's the Atlas are some of the tools that you can also leverage. Generative AI like ChatGPT can also help you to be able to do that. But then again, I'm sure the question in your mind is the ethical concerns around this, especially if you use for data analysis. I'm sure the person will be presenting about that will tell us. The other one is for academic writing. I think we can't, we've talked about all this, the use of generating content and writing, using it for writing your manuscripts. You can use some of those tools from ChatGPT, Cloud, PaperPal, Grammarly. All these are some of the tools that you can leverage for different other things. You can also use it for visualization, research visualization and scientific communication. When you're doing research, if you want to communicate, I think we normally use visuals. Right now, you don't have to make them boring or write or create visuals using Word. You can just use AI to be able to help you create visuals or infographics. You can use something like Napkin. If you want to create a process, Napkin can help you. If you already have some small content, it can help you to create a very beautiful infographic that you can use to present your idea. So you can use it for presentations, creating PPTs like Gamma, Magic Design, Beautiful AI. Those are some of the tools that you can use for presentation as well as posters. Scientific visuals, I think Daad, Adobe Firefly, Jamie. Last time I taught you about a number of them. There's Ideogram. Personally, I use Gemini. Gemini doesn't limit me. If I want to create an image, a very realistic image, I actually go to Gemini. Is the simplest tool, which because some others you can use them, but it limits you at a given point. So it can help you to be able to create illustrations, graphical abstract, and also some visuals that you can use for education. Also for interactive dashboards, I think Tableau, Power BI are some of the tools that you can leverage for such a case. We are also innovators in a way, and we use AI for innovation to be able to change and also deliver solutions in the industry. Is that the mandate of the university? Yes. So how can we leverage AI for innovation? So you can use it for idea generation, as I mentioned. You can use it to design a product. You can use it to design a prototype, or you can use it for prototyping and also accelerating research. You can use it for those of you who are in healthcare. Actually, we can use AI in any field to come up with some innovations or to create innovations in those fields or to solve real-world problems in different sectors. So in healthcare, we can use it to be able to detect different diseases. I think we mentioned the work that we are doing on cancer. So we are using, we've talked about neural networks. We're actually using neural networks to be able to detect cancer using images. We have also done some work on detecting tuberculosis, again using images. So we are doing this work with a number of colleagues who are going to be presenting in the next in the next minute. So that is healthcare. We can also use it for smart agriculture. Right now, you don't have to irrigate just for the sake of irrigating. You first check, how does the soil look like? How does the plant look like? So that you can determine the amount of water that is going to come into that particular land, or that will be irrigated into that particular plant. So you can use it also to detect diseases, you can use it to detect pests, and then from there you can apply the appropriate measures, or you can do the appropriate measures based on what you've identified. All this can be done through drones, through vision systems, and many other systems, the IoTs, to be able to do all this. Industries are also using AI. Right now, I understand China has stopped employing people. They are using what? Manufacturing industries are relying fully on AI.
Yeah, but just don't limits.
You're not going to lose your opportunities.
Yeah. You people have said that. Several times. Now you have started.
It's definitely affecting the jobs. It's definitely. So let's wait to hear about that when we look at ethics of AI. Transportation, I'm sure most of you have cars. And your cars, if you remember probably the first car that you drove and probably the one that you're driving right now, it's much safer with the new versions, right? Yes. Most of it are enabled or it's possible because of what? AI. Actually, some of the cars can detect other cars. If you are almost hitting a car, it will come to a what? Halt. If you are almost hitting a person, it will come to a halt. Why? Because it can be able to detect objects. So these are features of what? The driverless cars. I'm sure we are saying we don't have driverless cars in Kenya. But we have cars which have got what? Features of driverless cars. So these are part of transportation or innovations in transportation. Environment as well, for wildlife conservation, carbon emission, which are part of the environments. For academic administration, I think we are administrators in a way. We use it for smart scheduling, automated communication, report generation, and also predicting how enrollment can be done. So because somebody is going to tell us how we are going to use AI responsibly and also ethics. So some of the issues that we expect we are going to be discussing is about transparency and disclosure. If you've used the AI, how can you be transparent about the use? Professor Mbui talked about bias and fairness that are perpetuated by this AI. Then there are also other issues that come, copyright issues. You generate content and also the intellectual property. If you generate music, if you generate a video, who does that intellectual property belongs to? Or if you come up with an innovation using AI, who does that innovation belong to? So data privacy are also part of issues that comes as a result of the use of AI. So I've talked about my experience in terms of healthcare. So we've developed an AI-based system that can be able to detect breast cancer using mammograms. We've also done some work on detecting tuberculosis using X-ray images. And we expect that we're going to do some more. In terms of agriculture, my PhD was actually based on detecting diseases using images. And we also had some work which we did on using AI and IoT to be able to detect aflatoxin. We know that aflatoxin is causing what? Cancer. And the idea was, do we know what we are consuming? Pale ukishapata ukienda duka unanunua nini? Unga. Unajua imepitia process gani? So with this solution it can help you to be able to know the process that that particular product has gone to until it reaches what? The shelf. Yeah, so thanks for listening to me. And as I finish, I'd say artificial intelligence is not going to replace educators very soon. I think I should have included that. But educators who use AI effectively are better equipped to teach, inspire, and prepare what students for the future. Thank you for listening. So at this juncture, allow me to invite, I think we've talked about so many tools. We are now going to see these tools practically. So I'll invite some of my colleagues. By the way, we now have an AI center, which is fully working. So in the AI center, we have the mandate of doing various things. One is AI incubation and innovation. And here is where we'll be having some startups which we've already started. Actually, we have a number of startups that we are doing, and these are ideas from students. We are also doing capacity building. So if you need some training on AI, we can always create a customized AI training for you. We also do some consultancy. If you need any products, we can always discuss and create one for you. We also do some research and development. I think that's where we are heavily doing AI. So thank you, and I invite Pauline and Saif to carry on with the practical bit of some of the tools that I've just mentioned. So welcome, Saif and Pauline. So I can see Pauline is ready. So let's all be ready with our laptops. Internet is key.
Doc, you didn't want us to react to your presentation. Seriously?
Mwangi is now Dr. Mwangi is the moderator. So do we have time for questions? Dr. Mwangi?
I think we are ready now. Group discussion. Perhaps we can react at that time.
Okay.
Or maybe we can create time.
So let's have those questions, maybe because they'll be presenting similar ideas to what I've just presented. So we can ask, or I'll answer the questions then. Thank you.
Maybe I can request we can just do 3 factorials for Daad. Maybe we can do from up then down. We can start. Something. Now is some practical time. I introduced myself earlier. I'm Saif Pinyori from computer science and also the AI Center. And with me we have
good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pauline Mwaka from Computer Science Department and also from the AI Center.
Thank you. Now most times here at the university, they call us the disciples of Dr. To, Dr. Edna To, the two of us. But we are okay with that because at least we get to stand on the shoulders of a giant in the university. So when they see us, we are also happy to be disciples. We'll be taking through some practical, and we load our presentation here. Maybe I can just react to something. And I see that Prof is here, who is also a giant in the industry. They can probably add something later. As Doc said something about the job industry is changing, but I usually like to use the example of 1940s with the lift operators in the US when they went on strike, because people used to go, you enter a lift and someone presses number so and so and they take you up. So someone had to be in the lift for the lift to work, and then they automated the lift, and then all those people now lost their jobs. And then what happens next? So they went back, upskilled themselves. Now they came back, got the jobs to repair the lift and earned even more money. And now they became more. So it created more, it made people lose jobs, but it created more jobs. but I know Prof will tackle that much more. So we'll go through few tools because of time, but again, they are there at the back. The technical team are part of them. We can look into that. Before we go to the tools, there's something I usually like to start talking about, the prompting. Doc said you interact with the AI tools, either through typing, through talking, through uploading, and all that. But the key thing when you're typing is mostly how you phrase the prompt, how you phrase what you're typing. That's what you get, helps you get the most out of the specific tool that you're using. So these prompts that you normally use, or this typing that you type when you go to ChatGPT and tell it, generate for me an image that does ABC. We usually say this, your prompts have to be very precise and has to be very detailed. When you do a one-line thing and then we say generate for me photo of ABC, and then the AI is at liberty to give you a lot or misinterpret. But the more detailed you are to the prompt, the better. This is how personally I do it. I write a very detailed prompt. Let's say I want to do what? Because I do software assisted programming. Let me use my area, or I can use, let me say write a book. Let me say I want to write a children's story. So I can tell the specific tool that I'm using, ChatGPT or anything, you are an expert storyteller. That's how I write. I write to the AI same way I would speak to you. So I say, you are an expert storyteller. Write a book, write a children's book about two characters. One character was walking on the street and they had their leg, and then another character came and they carried them home. So I give a context and I give a story. Once I finish writing that, I tell the same tool to write the prompt better for me. You can test it. You can open any tool that you have. Let's for example go to ChatGPT. Try that. When you go there, write a story, write anything, but be as detailed as possible. And then tell it to do what? To write the prompt better for you, or enhance the prompt for you. And the answer or the output that you will get, you will see it will be more, or can I say it will be better than what you wrote. Now I take that prompt and then I put it back to the same tool or to a different tool. Mostly I don't just work with one tool, I work with 2 or 3 tools. So one helps me generate the prompt. So that is what we are saying. This is the art of speaking to the machine. It is an art. So you have to be detailed, you have to be precise, you have to have context if you want the best out of these tools. You work with 2 or 3 of them. So that's, you create what we call, there are 3 techniques, like the chain of thought. That is what I like using, the chain of thought. I create thoughts and stories. Of course, there's a few short prompts of 2 or 3 examples you can give, and then there's iterative refinement. Once I get the output of the prompt, I can copy it and edit it further, and then I can be able to get better out of the prompt. So we can go, Pauline.
We shall begin with notebook LLM. One of the major things in using AI for research and daily tasks is what we call hallucinations, especially in research, where you find it has given you content, but the reference paper does not exist. So Notebook LLM comes to solve that. How? It helps you to be able to upload your own papers, and it will give you output based on those papers that you have uploaded. So given maybe you have 20 papers, you can be able to upload to the Notebook LLM download them, upload them. Also, you can also give a link to the website, maybe where the content is. You can also attach a YouTube video of maybe the content that you want. And then now you can start interacting and asking it questions. So it can allow you to upload PDFs, slides, websites, YouTube videos, anywhere that you want your content to come from. Then from there, we can be able to ask it the questions that you want. Imagine you can be able to compare, for example, 3 papers, 10 papers, the methodology used in each paper, the maybe performance metrics used in each paper, and so forth, because you're concentrating only on the papers that you're interested in. Now, in also Notebook LLM, once you've already uploaded your paper, of course you collect your papers, upload them, then the AI engine will be able to look at your papers, then it will start generating outputs for you based on what output you want. Now, on the outputs, we have a number of them. You can have mind maps. I don't know whether you have ever had like 20 papers and you want to look at maybe the main themes and the sub-themes in each theme. So it can be able to create for you a mind map of the papers that you've uploaded. So you can be able to understand and summarize a lot of content once. You can create some study guides, which they also call it the quizzes, that can help you to be able to recall what is in your papers. You can create a comparison table, that's what I'm talking about in research, where you want to compare a number of papers based on methodology, based on performance metrics, based on the gaps in each of the papers, to see whether there's a gap that exists after what has been solved. You can create an audio overview of your papers. Maybe you're too busy to sit down and read all of them. You can tell it to create an audio, and as you do other things, you can play it and listen to it. Amazingly, you can also create a video overview, which will create for you an animated video of your papers, a summary of them. And then you can be able to learn. It's like somebody is now lecturing you from your papers. Then also you can create some flashcards or FQAs. Basically, from what Dr. has talked about, LLM can be used in a number of tasks. In research, we can create a literature review of your own sources. It is going to give you a citation, an in-text citation of the exact source it has used when discussing a certain concept. You can compare your journal articles, you can identify research gaps, you can summarize evidence of your papers that you've uploaded, you can have lecture preparation, you can create revision materials from a number of books, you can create some discussion questions, you can have some study guides. In administration, you can have policy analysis. For example, before we came here, a professor sent like 6 or 5 PDFs to the group for people to read. Now this one can work so in hand, in that we are able to summarize all that and be able to identify what professor was asking us to do in a minute, and we can be able to see how we can do that. We can create executive summaries and strategic reports. Basically, as we conclude on LLM, before we log in to do something with it, we have the do's and don'ts, which applies to every AI tools. You are in charge. It is augmenting you, not replacing you. So you're in charge of telling it what to do. So ensure you use trusted and high quality papers. In computing, we say garbage in, garbage out. So whatever you're going to give it is what it is going to give you as an output. Also, verify your AI generated summaries, check citations against originals. But this one is better placed because it is going to use your sources only. But the don't is that don't treat AI output as the final without review. You are in charge. AI tool cannot be the author. You are the author of every content that you're bringing on board. So don't treat it as the final output without verifying it. Basically what we are saying is that AI is going to augment you, not to replace your presence in writing. So you can search for notebook LLM. I want us to summarize the papers that Prof sent, so you can download the PDFs that were sent by Prof before we came. In the group. Yes.
You have said you should be in charge. I'm wondering when is being in charge. For example, when you are allowing AI to be ahead of you in doing what you're doing, and you're following to be in charge. When should be in charge?
No, you're not following. You're commanding it to do what it should do. So we have said the first thing is prompting the AI. The prompt is coming from you. So you're the one who is prompting it on what to do. So basically, the output of the AI is you in charge. So we have downloaded, or we are downloading. Prof, you can listen?
Yes, I can.
Yes. So now, once you have downloaded all of them, you'll just go to your browser and browse Notebook LM. Just download all of them, then we are going to upload. There are 5 or 6.
Also, if you have challenges, you can tell us. We have a team here, Bob and Alvaros. You can assist me and you. Yes. Let me check.
We have downloaded.
Okay, I don't think I was added in that group. Yeah. How are we getting into the group where we get questions? Maybe Chuka did okay.
where nyinyi mko katika
You're in Chuka, you do that.
nimekutumia directed
Anyone else who doesn't have the policies? Engineer is coming to the main room. Yes. Anyone else who doesn't have the policies? There's two groups. There's the workshop WhatsApp group. The policies are set there, and then there's for those who are not from Chuka, we are sending to the main WhatsApp group. Yes.
Now we can, if you have the policies, you can go to your browser and type notebook LM. We are at part
see we are all on the road to downloading the policies. Okay. I was just checking. I think we can proceed.
Okay, so on your browser, I hope we are there. We'll just search Notebook LM. It will give you Google Notebook LM. AI research tool and thinking partner. So once you're there, you just open the Notebook LM. We're going to say try Notebook LM. So we are here. We are here. So the first thing you do is create a notebook, and we can name it policies. So that now we can know that everything that we are doing so that we can know everything that we are sharing it to our notebook known as policies. So I've said once you open Notebook LLM, you go to try Notebook LM. Then after that,
You click on the agree.
so you can be able to create a new notebook, call it policies. We all have a notebook. So now we can upload our sources. You can see there's a place, add sources. So from there, from add sources, you can upload files. You can give link to websites. You can give a link to your drive. You can also use a copied text. So we are going to upload what we have. Yeah, add sources, then upload files. Just upload all of them at once. So mine are uploading. Yeah, you ensure you're holding your control button as you select. So select the first one, then hold your control button as you select the rest. So once you have uploaded your sources, you can see they auto-select all of them. But if you have interest in only 2 of them, you can deselect which ones you don't want to be included in your summaries. So once we have all our sources, down here, you can interact with it to summarize your sources. But also on this side, it gives you a number of things you can be able to do with your sources. For example, we can begin with a data table. We have data table here and allow it to give us a comparison of the sources. Data table. Yeah, just click data table and leave it that way. It is going to start generating your data table. You just click data table and allow it to generate. So mine is done. So once your data table is done, you can be able to view it by just clicking it. So I have mine here. It is giving me, for example, the first one is from Elsevier. It targets audience for the policies, authors, reviewers, and editors. What is permitted in that policy? What is prohibited? Disclosure requirements, privacy and security mandates, and it is giving me which particular policy is that one. So you can scroll downwards and see everyone. So that can be used to summarize your papers and compare maybe each paper to understand a brief of each. We are good. Anyone is left behind? Now we can try the mind map. We can try the mind map. So it is generating for me a mind map to be able to look at the themes and the sub-themes, the major things discussed in these policies. So if you are there, mind map. So this is how it looks like. I don't know whether from there you can see, but I believe from your machine you'll be able to see. So with the mind map, we have the first one is core principles. Once you move your cursor to the core principles, it is going to expand when you click it. For example, here the core principles are argument, expertise, and as you're going to see, once you're moving with the mind map, it is giving you a detailed discussion of each that you select. Now, because of time, we can try something else. We can come up with flashcards that can help you understand, maybe get a review of your policies, whether you have captured what you've been looking at. So we can try flashcards.
Using this to protect. It is terrible. So you have your flashcards there. Now this basically will help you to review the policies. If you are reading, maybe preparing for an interview or something, you can be able to jog your mind and see whether you captured it well. For example, according to the Wheatley guidelines, AI technology should serve as a dash to the writing process and not a replacement. So once you answer, you can click see answer. Then it is a companion. You can either tick whether you got it right or not. And that can help you assess yourself before you go to the panel or maybe do an exam.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, one thing I need us to remember before even we start concluding on Notebook LM is that you can still interact with it. You don't have to use what it has provided to you only. You can be able to prompt it. For example, summarize the policies. But the better the prompt, the better the output. That's simply an example. So it can be able to pass through your data and summarize the policies for you. Comprehensive enough. So it is going to give you a summary of what is discussed in each. At the end, you have a number which is a citation, an in-text citation to the paper that is used to discuss that particular portion. At the end, you have the list of references that you can be able to counter-check whether it has been discussed in that paper. Now, the last thing, of course, you can create an audio or a video that you can be able to listen later, basically on your work. So we will leave the video creating as we move to the next tool. Then you'll be able to look at it later because it may take a few minutes. So you can create a video. When you click the video icon, then you can choose your style and choose animation. Then you can be maybe specific on what you want the video to touch on, whether it is researcher checklist, whether it's ethical disclosure, critical perspective, or any custom topic you want it to look at from your work. So I can go for ethical disclosure and then tell it generate. So as it does that, I will save to do something on agentic AI. We'll come back to the video later. Yeah, we'll come back after it has generated. Yeah, it is generating. It may take a few minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Pauline, for that. As we continue, I hope you're having fun. I hope It's interactive because the video will take some time. Also, the audio can take some time to generate. But normally, my favorite feature is the audio because I'm always engaged here and there. So what I normally do, I upload a lot of papers that I'm trying to read, and then click audio, and then as I'm doing my work, I'm listening to the audio. It gives me some ideas. So when I go to read the papers, especially when I'm doing a systematic literature review, before I read all of them, I put them there, then I generate some audio. I listen because the audio is not very long. At least I get some idea. Then when I start reading, it's much easier. And you can still use the same tool to help you read faster. Of course, there's a section here that's written start typing here. So this, when you type here, the way we have ChatGPT, when you type it goes to a certain database. When you type here and ask questions, it references the material that you have here. So you have your work a bit confined. So let's say you're doing a systematic literature review and you have 200, 300 papers. So you can have this, depending on how you want to read them, you can have them here, and you can interact with your document by typing here and guiding the AI to help you read. Where at the middle here is written start typing, you can type and ask a question and ask maybe what is a general overview of all these researchers, about what are the conflicting ideas or contrast, it's called contrast ideas the researchers have. Trying to get insight from your papers without now getting insight from general LLM. This one you're getting insights from the papers that you have actually chosen. So this is more interactive to researchers because it helps you do the analysis faster. So you can always try that. Because of time, we have to proceed, but we're still here later on to continue with the same. And again, the technical bench is still here, led by our very able CP and the rest. I will now proceed to another section as we wait for our videos to finish. I will go back to this I'll go back to this full screen presentation. What is beyond the limit of static models? So we can't call this like static models. What are models? These are just, when you go to ChatGPT, ChatGPT is it's like the general term. But in it, we have things we call models that are able to generate things. For example, if you're generating an image from, let's say, Gemini, they have a model. Model is like a bundled things that are put together that they best do something, and they come with different versions. So if you go to Gemini and say, I want to generate a video or an image, it uses a model called, now they're using Nano Banana. These are just names they come, forgive us, Prof. I don't know why we come with interesting names, but we call it Nano Banana. When you go to ChatGPT, they call their models different names. When you go to cloud, they call them Opus 5.2, I don't know, and different names. So these models are just tools that are put together. Now when you go to ChatGPT and type, they go to a specific model and get you the answer. So what we've been interacting when it comes to Gen AI or generative AI, we might call them like static models. But now, where we are, 2026, we cannot run away from what we call agentic AI. Now this one becomes more interesting. Now if this bus left you, you have to catch up faster, because with the agentic AI now, the computer or the models can take over your computer and they can do the work as if it was you. So all you have to do is just say, I want to plan a trip to Malaysia. and then you go. And then it will go, open the browser, go to KQ, book a flight, go to Malaysia, book a hotel, pay on your behalf, and then just send you the details to your email or your phone, even your WhatsApp, and you did not do anything, it did everything for you. So that's what beyond the static models. So in definition, agentic AI is a shift to autonomy. Of course, it has its dangers, but also it has its advantages. The dangers will leave it to Prof because he's the expert. Us will just tell you they exist. Just to mention a few, of course there are many. So these are agents that are able to observe, think, act, and evaluate autonomously on their own. So you give them the right, of course you give them the permission. Like recently, I think Opus 5.2 from cloud was banned by the US government. I think they unbanned it again because it was able on its own, I think, to exploit some vulnerabilities. Yeah, and then it hacked into something very sensitive on its own. So they had to put in some checks. So that's where we are now. There's a paradigm shift to AI and generative AI to something we call agentic AI. Now there is that they are able to automate automating the complex thing. They can define a goal, they can decompose a goal, and then they can execute. Like I told you, you can book a flight from you to Malaysia, and you did not do anything. Can we try that? Sure. Yes, sure, we can try that. We'll just try that in a few, but now the thing with the agentic AI that are there, you have to pay something little, not much. So of course they have to get some value for their money. But you can set up one, like I've set up one with my laptop. It's called OpenClaw. OpenClaw is free, but you need some bit of technical know-how. It answers my WhatsApp and my email on my own. So on its own. Yeah, on its own it just decides to answer. So there's that danger, of course. But they don't know what there's danger, yeah. Yes, it can. Exactly, on its own. So it does. No, those are the checks and balances, of course. Like I said, there are advantages and there are also disadvantages to it. So that's why we do ethical. That's why we have to do ethical use of AI. And that's why Prof. and Dr. Ina comes in now. They tell us the AI. Exactly. It's there now. It's with us. Look, we cannot run away. We cannot run away from it. We just have to learn it and learn how to deal with it. There is no other way. We have to deal with it now. But of course, Prof will tell us more about the ethical use of it. I think it's Prof or Dr. Vika, one of them. So that now brings us to the multi-agent frontier. Now, we've heard of self-driving cars. Of course, self-driving cars. We have Waymo in the US, we have taxis in Dubai and China that are not taxis exact, but helicopters. Let me call them flying cars. In China, they were licensed the other day in Dubai, so you just get into it and they lift off the air and they take it from one point to another. They are licensed and they are there. Now, we call them multi-agents. So they use generative AI and some other techniques to perform actions. They see in the robotics is a different field. This one we call it multi-agent, although they are somehow related. So multi-agent is the use of different agents that are talking to each other to perform different functions. Someone the other day opened a company. He's the CEO, but all the employees are agents. They are just software. Yeah, so there's a HR manager. It's there. There's a HR manager. There's the employees. There's a receptionist. There's one who even answers phone calls when you call. And the company is fully fledged. So, and there's another one who is the CEO. The CEO now is the agent, and he's in charge of humans. And recently, I think there's a country that introduced a minister in Europe who is also an agent. It's there. So That is the new frontier when it comes to generative AI and genetic AI. We cannot run away from it because that's where we are. Now, one of the interesting tools we have for genetic AI, which is also part of generative AI, is Manus. Manus AI is an autonomous agent. This one now, Prof, this one now can be able to do the things you are saying. Manus on its own. This one can book a flight for you. This Manus AI. It can plan everything. It can answer your emails. This one, we call it Manus AI. It can do all those things for you on its own. So Manus AI acts like an assistant. It has got agents. It plans. It executes. Now in research, instead of saying summarize this paper, you can ask Manu to do a literature review, because we cannot run away from it. This is where we are now. But again, we say, if it does this for you, you have to go back and read, and because you're the expert. Otherwise, AI hallucinates a lot. It gives a lot of false information. It gives a lot of false references. So when it does this literature for you, it might do literature that does not exist. So you have to go back and read. But what we are saying is, it can do the literature. However imperfect it is, it can still do on its own. You just tell it, go do a researcher, and then identify gaps and prepare a policy brief and create slides. It is going to do that. It's going to do a researcher, prepare a policy brief on its own, and then do what? Create presentation slides for you while you just seated dog. You can be there taking a cup of tea and seeing what's happening. So that's where we're headed next. So it does all the thing. It generates, which is generative AI, and then it has got the ability to do that. So a researcher can do data analysis. Manus can do data analysis for you. You have a lot of data. It's in Excel. It's in which format you can give it, and it can help you analyze the data. It can do the literature like we said for you. It can do lesson planning. People in administration, it can help you do policy brief. If you people, all dons here, attend meetings and you hate writing the minutes, Manus can just take the minutes for you. Press start, it starts recording audio. Once it finishes, tell it to prepare the minutes for me. Done, minutes for you. You don't have to write a thing. So Manus can do that. So all these things, from data analysis to literature review, to taking minutes for you, it can do. Now we can do a little bit of Manus, and here I will welcome my fellow disciple for him to continue.
So we are going to open your browser and just type Manus AI. Oh, let me see whether it is done. It's still loading. You can just open a new tab. Don't interrupt the notebook.
So is it Manus?
Yeah, Manus AI, it's an agent. Yeah. Just Manus AI will give you.
So, but it's not bringing Manus, it's bringing Chato.
Yeah, you can use your email to join. Just use Google. Join with Google. It will create you cannot work with it without an account.
use is an agent, the way you write your prompt is what matters. Because an agent can be able to plan, act, execute, and learn from what it has done for you. So you write a comprehensive and well elaborated prompt for it to give you good output. So this is one of the tools that is quite good in literature review. It is hard for it to hallucinate when it comes to sources. You can always critique the sources and they're mostly correct. So we are going to give it a prompt.
Asking for subscription.
No, don't upgrade. The credits that you have are enough for this practical. Just skip. So I can give it maybe a prompt and tell it review literature on generative AI governance, identify research gaps, prepare a policy brief, and create presentation slides. Then now from there I can give it. Being an agent, you can give it a prompt. For example, not attempt there. Review literature on generative AI. Review literature on generative AI governance. On generative AI governance. Identify research gaps. Prepare a policy brief. And create presentation slides. So once you prompt it, this is the difference between an agent and a chatbot. An agent will also even show you how it is planning to execute its work. Yeah. So once you send, it starts showing you that it is thinking, tells you it has understood what you've given it and how it is going to plan and execute your work. Then finally it will give you an output. Now, as it continues to generate, that is the manus, I can see my notebook LM is finally done with my video.
The exact rules for disclosing AI publishing. If you use ChatGPT
Okay, manus is actually done. It's almost there. Okay, okay. Now, the video is ready in Notebook LM. So you can go back and view it from Notebook LM. The video is already, it's ready on my site, and I believe it's ready on your site. Now, for those who are majoring in data analysis, we also recommend a tool known as Julius AI. It's a good one that can help you to analyze your data. Julius AI can add, yes. Now, finally, as we conclude this, though we are at the back, in case you need any help, we are saying that the future of work is argumentation, where we are allowing AI to argument us, not to replace us. Manus? Yeah, Manus can do slides, can do analysis, can do visualization, all that. Yeah, basically, let's adopt AI and allow it to help us and make our work easier in every section that we're working at. Thank you.
He also gave you food for the stomach. So kindly, naona mkumbuki. Mkumbuki kuna kuanga la lunch, but the lunch is there. And I'm begging, now I'm pleading with you, kindly take lunch, kindly. Kindly. We'll continue learning. There are more, even more tools that we could have demonstrated. They are telling me they have only been able to demonstrate 50%. And the reason is that we thought that the demonstration could move faster than we have been able to move. But we will move with everybody. Hata mwenye bado hajafika mahali tuko, hatutaki kukuacha. So what we have agreed with the team is that we can generate for you a list of those other tools, so that while at home, at your own free time, you can do trials. And you have a question, you can ask from your neighbor, from us, or whoever is able to do it. Hii lazima tusome sisi sote pamoja, because it's for our benefit. It doesn't benefit me if I only know it peke yangu. But when all of us knows about it, we can collaborate in so many other things in our respective fields. So I would like to call to an end to that session. And then I give you an indication or some expectation. Just a minute. I'll give you an indication of what will happen. We still have Moses speaker. He had a presentation and he also wanted to give us a task. We'll give him 25 minutes after lunch. Then after that, we do the participatory exercise. What will be the participatory exercise? Is that after we have known that we can do all this, what do you think as a participant is for you permitted? Should be allowed, freely permitted? Or what do you think should be allowed but with some conditions? Or what do you think should be prohibited completely? Don't go through this, don't do this. And you'll be thinking, you'll be having the perspective of a teacher, of a researcher, or an academician, an administrator in a university, that is for institutional framework, and many others. So we will divide ourselves into 6 groups. Those who are online, Dr. Mwangi is helping us on that. You know, if you also make the online participants also join different groups, or they'll be in one group, and each group will have an activity. The activity is already there waiting for you on the wall. I'll give you instruction when that time comes. There were some questions that were not answered for the first session where Dr. Edna presented. We also had the keynote address. Who had a burning question that has not been answered yet? Na naona hii nikienda nayo lunch. Yes, Dr. Stella.
Thank you very much.
I should allow Stella and I'll tell you why.
Thank you very much. I think when we were learning, what was this? Let me go back a little bit. Boosting students' engagement. One of the things that we have learned was that it is very important for us to make them very interactive with the AI. But I'm having a small challenge. The current students we are having have a problem in expressing themselves, even communicating. And this time we are telling them, to make them more comfortable with the phone, with the computer. When will we ever make them know how to stand up like where you are and talk, communicate? Or even in themselves, like what my major experience, even just drafting a simple letter. Where will we learn this? Because they can be so good at doing everything in the mind and ABCD, but in the middle of the community, how will we communicate? Thank you.
Pigieni Stella makofi. Mimi sina jibu, but Rose ninajua yeye ni wa psychology. Rose, when you see Rose fidgeting, and Professor Obui will say he has a tool for that. So he is making another tool to cure that, probably.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was trained to always stand when I'm speaking, so allow me to do that. How do we avoid the temptation of being lazy with all of these tools? I will tell you this. A colleague of mine, using these tools, generated answers to an exam question, to an exam paper. And 90 students out of 121 failed. You know why? Because the answers that were generated were different from what the students answered. And because the lecturer did not bother to do the prompts, submitted the marking scheme, the exams were marked, and the failure rate was out of this world. So the question is this: how do we avoid the temptation as Kenyans of being lazy? And we can be lazy. That has always been my worry, Prof. Because this thing, if we are not careful with what Sahib presented, that you can even send, I don't know what he called it. Yes, the Islam will moved from another level to another level. It is serious. But let me come now to Chuka University, a very beautiful campus. Do you have policies that guided the establishment of the AI Center? Because I know at the national level, the policy is in draft form and it can take forever. Now we are in election mood and something. So how did you establish your center, which is a beautiful thing, by the way, without a national policy framework? And that brings me to Prof. Does your university have a policy framework, and on what basis was that policy framework established? So that then we're talking about ethics and what to do and what not to do is properly premised upon a legal framework, which is not in place. Thank you.
So Professor Ugu, you will handle 50% of the question on policy framework. Edna, you also handling 50% of that, and handle 50% of the human, the social part. What are we doing to the generation that is using this tool on the social aspects? Being able to interact with other humans as human, being able to communicate, to show empathy, and just basically to be human.
Well, on the human side, I don't think I can comment very much. Mine is to create solutions that are used by humans. I think somebody else carry on the other parts, but probably I'll talk about the formation of the AI Center. Yes, the policy is not there. This came as a result of a meeting that was held by CUE somewhere in Naivasha, 2024. I think the AI Center is not the first one to be formed without that policy. There are others. Actually, there are other universities, there are other institutions with different, they may not be called AI centers, but they work on research, they work on things related to artificial intelligence. So AI Center is mainly meant to attract also funds and also to lead the formation of that policies, because it is expected that one of the mandates of the AI Center is to come up with a policy on the use of AI. Yeah.
For me, it's a matter of chicken and egg. Should you start with an egg or with the chicken?
I think those are very valid questions. And as we said, it's back to us. Who defines laziness, Prof? Who defines illiteracy? Okay. What about our friends across the border? Watu wetu kutoka Bongo. they struggle maybe with English, but we have professors there. We have who said, when I talk fluently in English, I'm more educated, I'm brighter than this other person. In fact, yesterday, I was giving a lecture to a group of students, and every year they invite me to tell them what we're doing in the ecosystem of AI. And so saying, if we don't define, okay, we don't have a clear, definition of what that phenomenon is. A few years ago, if you are caught with a calculator in the exam room, you're done. But today, our students, KCSE, they actually, in fact, you probably will not even get into the room if you don't have a calculator. Maybe it might be way off from what you're saying, yeah? But something must have informed them in that it's not about you now to calculate 3 times 3. Now we're testing higher levels. We've gone beyond. You've understood the fundamentals at grade something. But where you are, we're not testing that. Use the calculator, we're testing something higher. So your question is valid. And I think I'll not give it a blanket. Probably I'll also cascade it that way. Other countries have done it. Maybe before 15 or 16 years, they discouraged social media. So that ubongo imekoma, you're able to know left from right. By that time, now you can proceed. Is there an age maybe we can discourage the use of AI in generating essays and doing all that sort of things so that they learn the fundamentals? Thereafter, we're not testing the fundamentals. Let them use AI, now we go to higher stages. And probably for me, I kind of support that. So that it's not burning and it's not flinging all the doors open to every person, regardless of the age. I'm not sure that I've done justice to that.
Yes. Some of the questions that are being asked are a bit on the philosophy. They are philosophical, the use of AI. In philosophy, you don't generate final answers, but you only improve and make you capable of asking better questions next time. So I will leave it at that. But add a comment that basically we need to change. There are many things that are going to change. The way we head up, the way we approach the things, the way we do our things, professional, even social, at the national level, institutional level, and even at individual level, there are things that are going to change. Are we ready for that change? That's a better question to ask. You want to add something?
Yeah, I remember they asked, for example, in USIU,
yes,
we have a policy. Yes, in fact, I'm in the committee. It's on the last stages of ratification by Senate.
Thank you.
I'm also in the national AI policy. And actually, intentionally, at the beginning we said, the problem some of our policy makers, you run with policy, they're very fast. And I've forgotten what we call it in science, yeah?
There is the right time when you intervene with policy. You come too early, you inhibit innovation.
Yeah.
If you stay too late, okay, yeah, so that balance whereby not too early, not too late, and that's why we said let's start with an AI strategy, okay, so that to encourage innovation. Then after a while, okay, then the policy can come in later, and I think that those are the conversations now around AI policy. And even with that, some of us are pushing and saying, wait a minute, when you say AI, will it, and we know how our systems work, are we more concerned about generative, or are we talking about AI? AI has been there since then, as we rightly said, from the 50s. Will this just come and, cancel out all the gains done? So we are very, very, very keen to make sure all this, we have a very clear filter, what goes through and what should remain.
I guess even at Chuka University, we may be where they are, because here you also have a committee that's chairs on policies. But as you have said, we have a legal person in the room. When we are using these terms, there are guidelines, there are policy, there is a policy, there is a strategy. And actually, we don't know where we are. We don't have a policy yet. We can't say we have a policy. But at least there are some kind of directional ideas that we have in mind, that this is the best way, this is how we like to approach it. And when I look at different universities, even from their website, what do they have today? It's not what was there in 2024, 2023, and even some 2025. Because there are things that are moving very fast. And to keep pace with it, then they keep revising their policy guidelines, let me call them so, or the guidelines they have given. So it's the same race that we are in, but at some point, I know we'll be there. So I allow you to, in that sense.
Yes.
Okay.
So perhaps I wanted to just inject something related to education of our children. I think I want to connect with what Professor BC was saying earlier in terms of defining our philosophy, understanding really what we want to do as a country. I take a lot of, it takes me so sad to realize that we are getting into the euphoria of AI and everyone wants to drive their kids and our children to the AI when we don't rethink actually what we want to our kids to be. Recently I was in South Korea and really things really amazed me. You would actually think that the kids, wherever they were, in the bus, in their playground, in the small little setups where they are, in their closets, they have gadgets. But what impressed me is that the systems that they want to bring, and it took me time to go to that symposium where they were talking about the philosophical values of South Korea and how they really make it still dear to them even in the ecosystems of AI. We have all known how JQuat students have hacked the system and just caused rampage in our universities. So what I really learned from the South Korean experience is we as educationists, we must actually rethink what is the philosophy of bringing everything that we want to bring. For instance, in South Korea, when we are talking about kids learning to be in tech, first of all, they place the fundamentals. First of all, values is key in their setup. Communication is super key. The kid must be able to learn the Korean language and be competent fast. And of course, these are side by side. The values component is given so much prominence. The technology component is given so much prominence, and then the communication. So by that, they are all moving in the same frame. Not like in Kenya, we're now doing things the reverse. I think this euphoria of, oh, technology, our kids are now AI techs, we should all go there, apparently it's just giving a lot of devices in the hands of kids, while not knowing that there are important foundations of learning. So that is the take-home point I think I learned, that we really must define our philosophy. With the CBC, we must voice our concern that what actually do we want to do with this CBC? What are the first fundamental things that we must? And I think it answers our Stella's question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This discussion is sweet and it can go on and go on, but allow us to put a comma there. We'll proceed in the next session. For those who are following us online, Dr. Mwangi, did you get the snapshot of their faces? Kindly, if you are online, you can put on the camera, we see you, and we take a group photo for the online participants. As you do that, I would ask those who are in the hall to rise up. Let's be on our feet. As Dr. Mwangi is instructing those who are online to take a group photo, I see Dr. Thika there. He will be speaking to us after lunch. Wacha tuone kama wengine bado wako ama wameenda lunch. Thank you, Dr. Kuria. I see you there, and others. So we pray as Dr. Mwangi is proceeding with that exercise. We'll take lunch the same spot where we took our 11 o'clock tea. So we are praying. We thank you, Father, for providing us with good health and also with food for our bodies. As we proceed to take it, may it be blessed and sanctified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Let's go for lunch. a chance to network. At 6:30 we are meeting. At 6:30 we'll be meeting down there in the treasures, and we network mpaka tuchoke. So kindly for now, let this be for learning. Yes, we are ready to go. Yes, ulikuwa umeenda lunch. Okay. Ukianza nikupenda kaka 20 will be it's okay. Kindly, you are blocked. Yes, we'll as we prepare ourselves to move to the participatory session, we'll first of all give Dr. Thika, who would have wished to be here physically, but as I told you, he got a trip to Europe. He'll tell us where exactly he is in Europe. So Moses will talk on the topic of the use of generative AI in postgraduate research, supervision, and etc. He's also telling me that you like to give us an assignment or something to do, so it will also be participatory. So let's be attentive and listen to Moses. But before he comes, or before he loads his presentation, I will request we rise up again. Najua tumeketi tu sahi. I want you to listen kama kwa tumbo kumebaki ka space. Because if there is no space, then digestion itakuwa na shida. Thank you. Prof ni ametutangulia. Prof nimeona ameconfirm there is some space. So I want you to do like this, just a little bit. Just try to see. Move a bit further. Don't pretend like Rose. You know, do it completely. Try. Nice. Almost it's not this way. You have to bend and you feel it here. Okay, let's go. Make sure you take care of your neighbor. Okay, let's try in front if you can. Until you touch your toes. Jaribu kuona kama utafikia toes. Jaribu fikia toes, Professor. Umefikia toes? Thank you. Kuna mtu anasema ni heels iko mbali, anaweza tumia AI on how to reach there faster. Try to go backwards kidogo. Go backwards. Na usianguke tafadhali. Usianguke. Thank you. Now you can sit down. Jipigie makofi. Moses, you have missed that exercise. I wish you were here. Can you say hi so that I test the system? Not yet. Can't hear you. IT, assist. We can't hear Moses, but I can see he is active. Not yet, Moses. We will tell you. Try again. Not yet. Saif, kindly. As I introduce Moses, for those who are here in 2024, najua ndio sisi ndio wengi wale tulikuwa. Mwenye hakuwa hapa 2024, inua mkono. Mwenye hakuwa, oh, they are quite a number. So Moses was with us here present in the next room here. Dr. Moses Diga, we schooled together at Egerton University, him doing computer science, I was doing physics. I was slightly behind him, I think a year or two. He taught me to use how to use SPSS when he was in 4th year, and I think, no, he was doing masters and I was in 3rd year or 4th year, I remember. He also taught me something else. Basically, I attribute my computing, my literacy to him. We never knew that we are going to meet elsewhere after that. But we have done several other things with him. And now these AI things have made us even work even more together on many things we are going to tell you in the future. But I'm happy because Moses and Edna and other friends now, Obu is joining that group. They help me to stand on their shoulders and I look like I'm an expert in what they do. Well, I'm just their friend. But I thank God for them. So Moses is one of them. Moses is currently the director, ICT, at Egerton University. The last time I checked, he has a PhD. He has 2 masters. Masters in alisoma nikiona. Kuna masters in computer science na Kenya statistics. He has a bachelor in computer science. So Moses, can you try to speak again now with here? Yes, we can hear you, but my people here will do something because it was a bit faint, but good. So,
That's good. Can I continue?
Thank you. You can continue now, Moses. Proceed.
So thank you very much and good afternoon to you all. And it's amazing to see how many of you are gathered in the room and online. I've been online the whole morning, listened to everybody from the Vice Chancellor to Professor Mui, a good friend of mine, and the team that did the practical sessions. I was quite intrigued also by the kind of questions that the participants asked just before lunch. You know, they were quite interesting to see people already engaging with the subject. So, I traveled, I would have loved to be there with you in a hot place called Europe. Specifically in Geneva, the stories we're hearing about it are real. I'm actually already sweating here. But nevertheless, it's a good thing to join you on a subject that I'm passionate about, AI. And beginning by saying that we don't really have a choice. It's not if, you know, it's how. And that I think has been alluded to by many eloquent speakers before me, but I want to focus on one thing in the brief minutes that I have. Postgraduate research. We know, and I think if you are in the space that you're supervising students, and it's no longer business as usual, something has changed. Something has changed about how everything suddenly is getting done. You know, if you are in this space, you know, things are changing. You're getting documents and you wonder, how smart is this student, you know? How did they get this done? So this thing of mine decides to have a mind of its own. I want to control it and then it decides it's going to be on a timer. So let me just adjust this. Just full screen. Yeah, so you wonder what's happening with the kind of two things, the speed at which some things are getting done, and also the quality. And I did hear concerns about the kind of students we are producing. Would they be the thinkers and the presenters and the scholars that we of a different age are? Something has changed, but so must we as supervisors in the postgraduate space. I think that's the first thing we need to acknowledge. So let me just set up a little background of this
thing called generative AI. I'm looking for a very simple way to just introduce it. So AI generally feeds from data that we give it. It learns from us. And here is where the first danger is. Are we producing any new thing for AI to learn? Because for AI to continue to the far future, it needs to keep learning. But what is it learning for? If we are taking what it has given us as an output and publishing that as knowledge, and inevitably, AI is going to pick that and learn from it again. Food for thought. So AI picks the data, the publication, your images, speech, and we develop what we call a foundation model, which is a model that has some fundamental understanding of the data and the concepts that you're given it. For example, if you train a model on papers in physics, it will gain some fundamental knowledge about the laws of physics and things like that. And then eventually you're going to use that model to answer some questions, to develop, say, images and papers and etc. So the first thing you acknowledge is that you give AI the foundational knowledge it needs to use to do whatever task you give it. That is the first thing you need to appreciate. Then you come into what you call a generative AI model, which is one of the many types of AI, as Dr. Edna correctly said. Generative AI is not the only type of AI, and AI did not start with generative AI. Instead, generative AI has built on previous foundations by other AI models and other AI tools. So when you go to your generative AI model, you give it what you call a prompt, the question, the instruction, the request. It takes that prompt, breaks it down, understands the context from the words that you put in. It tries to understand what are you asking about, where are you in terms of knowledge level, in terms of a task, in terms of a geographical region, in terms of some trouble, maybe it picks your context. So then it tries to it doesn't quite understand, it's just picked your context. Then it gets into what it does, calculating the probabilities. So when AI gives you a paragraph or completes a sentence for you, even in your Gmail, it is calculating the probability of the next word given the previous word. So for those of you who know conditional probabilities, it's a probability of X given Y. So that's what AI does. It calculates probabilities. What is the most probable response to what you've said? It doesn't quite know what is correct or what is wrong. It looks for the item or the block of text or the sequence of text that is most likely to fit what you've asked. And then it combines those responses into a sequence of words, which is a sentence, images, or code. The key thing you need to note from here is that it calculates a probability. Then we have what you call the human feedback loop. So it gives you back that text and you're good to go. So if you are not a good user, you copy and paste it and use it as is, etc., without refining or thinking through it. So that's how generative AI essentially works behind the door. So the key thing we are afraid of, and which is a topic of discussion even today, is hallucinations. Large language models and generative AI are not designed to be factual. They don't give you the correct answer. They give you the most likely answer. And how does it know the most likely answer? It has fed off a lot of inputs from us, and it sees connections, it sees probabilities. So this is where we come into the trap and the issues of bias. If all AI has seen is a certain kind of information, then that is what it will tell you. And that's, you've had a lot of issues going around about bias in data, that we've got data mainly from the West. Africa is not represented in data, and the dangers of that, and that is very correct. Because AI feeds off data, so if it doesn't have the data, there's no way it will create anything or understand inputs anything about data it doesn't have. So this is what leads to hallucinations. Sometimes it is trying to outdo itself and give you a sentence and something what you asked for. But then it begins to become creative. Because, well, it doesn't quite have what you want, but it looks for the next most likely thing. And that next most likely sequence of words could be a hallucination, something that doesn't exist. That is a challenge we have. That said, let me go into the pluses, the positives. I mean, I think the models have been told to you and everything, and you have been using them anyway. But what are the advantages? Let me start with the advantages of AI in postgraduate research. The first thing, and this is something I do myself, is use AI as a sounding board to test my ideas, to brainstorm, to think through problems, to try and understand problems. Is this valid? You know? And ask it to challenge a few of my assumptions and thoughts, and help me enhance them and refine them. And this is something that anybody, a postgraduate student or not, can actually do. You can ask it to critique your work, to critique your thoughts, you know, and it's beautiful. You can ask it to actually critique your work. So let me not belabor the point, but it does depend a lot on how you develop your prompts. The next thing that AI will help a postgraduate student is in doing some heavy lifting, especially if you are doing generative of code, or optimizing code and algorithms. I'm speaking to the people in computer science, mathematics, physics, chemistry, those of us who do things computational. You'll appreciate when you can get the code and debug the code and run with the code. You know, that is something you'd appreciate. So that you focus on the problem, not on debugging. And if you've written code, you know how long it takes to just fix errors and things like that. However, you need to understand exactly what that code is doing, because you need to explain it and at least appreciate that it's doing the right thing. So that's another thing it can do for you. AI is really helpful when it comes to language. I had examples of how we've used Grammarly for a long time, and we continue using Grammarly to get the English right. And in Kenya, I think we're fairly okay with the English. But there are countries that essentially are not exactly as good at English as we are. So Grammarly and other language tools are helpful, and these are AI tools. So they'll help your language flow. And if you appreciate that most of the academic publishing world happens in English, so if you're not a native English speaker, then it becomes difficult to actually express yourself in writing in English. And even think about translators, as was given. The example of Edna in China, you know, the translation, these things are beautiful, they help. However, when you translate and when you customize your writing with these tools, you still need to retain ownership and make sure that it speaks like you speak, you know. Then another benefit is simplification of concepts. I don't know if you've tried to learn something with AI. I use Gemini, and it has what we call a learning mode, where you can tweak it to help you learn a concept easily. So for that, I've developed things we call in Gemini gems. So guided learning, you know. I'm certain, I do hope you've really tried this, because it's one of the most beautiful features of AI. You can use it to learn. So your students can use to learn complicated concepts over time, you know, and unpack things and explain them in a simple way. And even the example of adaptive learning was given. So you can learn at your pace, at your level, and it will explain everything for you, either audio, you can use text, and etc. So your students are able to learn and understand concepts, and so can you. The next thing it does, it can do, is help in your publications. Of course, beginning with the language, but there are things that you probably want to wonder whether there is value in maybe becoming a master of formatting your citations in APA 7. You know, is that really of scholarly worth? Them days it was fine, but now there are tools that can help you actually align your manual to different referencing styles, etc. and all that. And at this point, you could also use AI to help you even comb through your qualitative data. There is also a danger there, but yes, you can use it for qualitative data analysis, even quantitative data analysis. But there's a rider. I've done this, but you really must check the outputs, because sometimes it doesn't get it right. So it can help you with your publications. So, but there are areas, and I think that's why we're here. It's not all a nice, glossy scenario. In fact, the dangers are what have brought us here more than the benefits. We're trying to figure out how do we navigate this landscape, because as we speak, it's probably pretending to be more dangerous or more harmful than it is good. So what are the perils? And the first peril I must bring to attention is what we call cognitive atrophy. Atrophy in a medical sense is when you don't use a muscle for some time, it begins to atrophize, to lose its strength and tension, and it even wastes away. Now, think about this organ in our body called the brain. When we don't use it enough, it will begin to atrophize. Our ability to think will begin to diminish, because anytime we need to perform a task, we run to an AI tool and we get it done. So we no longer develop the ability to think and to critique and to do the mental gymnastics and the heavy lifting that we must as human beings. We end up delegating that thinking to a machine. What happens to our brain? Maybe you think use it for other things, but is that so? You know? So our students, if they become overly dependent on AI, then they end up not being the thinkers that we want them to be. So you'll detect this in an oral defense. It's a beautiful document that the presenter cannot explain because they didn't generate it, they don't understand it. So think about the cognitive atrophy. The hallucinated validation, you know, just content that looks so nice, but is actually hallucinated and not correct. You know, that's a big danger. And of course, the danger is not in the generation, but in the lack of validation. Where the one who generates it doesn't take time to actually fact check this document. So remember, AI doesn't give you the truth. It gives you what is most probable as a response. And our learners have to understand that it is basically the most probable response, not the correct response. We have to verify that ourselves. So this is another danger. The other danger is the loss of intellectual property. So anytime you upload something onto that large language model, this forms part of the knowledge base for that model. There are models these days that even ask you whether you want that to happen or not. But prior to that, they'll simply take everything that you give, and that is part of their knowledge base. So the consequence is that you lose your data, and it becomes part of the public knowledge. And at some point, so what do? You know, so that is a big danger. So you need to check the models to make sure that as you upload, they don't retain. Yeah, that's a key thing. Another danger is what we call the homogenization of our academic voice and thought. It picks the most probable and leaves out the extremes and the divergent views and things like that. So at the end of the day, you don't get a complete picture of a situation, but you get a picture that is more of an average. More of what is most commonly known or said or submitted to the AI. At some point, we will not have enough heterogeneity in our thought and in the diversity of ideas if we all feed off from AI. We'll end up speaking and thinking the same way, because we are all going back to the same AI that gives us the same average kind of output, and we believe that, and we all begin to think the same way, and there's no longer so much heterogeneity, which is very critical for the advancement of humanity. So this is dangerous, and I said before, we are all heterogeneous, homogeneous in our thinking. And then we publish papers and knowledge that is in that direction. Then shortly AI is learning from that. So it only reinforces what its average. And with time, you wonder, are we thinking, how do we all think the same? How do we all have the same kind of goals and the same worldview? But it's because we've stopped engaging our faculties as human beings, surrendered our thinking to a machine that gives us an average which we believe and reproduce and reinforce. It's a vicious cycle, you know. Then the plagiarism. Let's call it pseudo-plagiarism. There are tools, and I think it was mentioned, that can help you, in quotes, clean the AI-looking aspects of your work. This is a dishonest thing that's beginning to come up. It's more like getting a tool to help you cover up your crime, or and that is something that's happening. So let me talk a little bit about the plagiarism issue here. So there's things we know that are totally unacceptable: word-for-word copy, generating AI, purely AI, if you put it there. There's things that are a bit in the middle there, manual paraphrasing, and of course, polishing your own output is absolutely fine. But there's something here that is just not right. Copying without engaging your mind, without cognitive engagement, and this is what is happening. Copy and paste. So there's an illusion of originality, because you take it through an AI detector, and this detector is looking for patterns of what we call perplexity, in terms of, is this block of text, the vocabulary level and the grammar, are they consistent? And the burstiness, the length of the sentences and the expressions, are they consistent? So it looks at patterns again. And the tools that help hide AI know that, so they are going to moderate all these things. Sometimes they give you false positives, sometimes they're not going to quite understand what the text is about, and they flag it off as AI. You could actually be a very brilliant writer, and it detects your work as AI, So there's this whole problem here about us trying to do AI and trying to hide that we're doing AI, using AI. And the tools are not quite going to get it, because they are going to be tools that counter that, So how then do we deal with these issues? The first thing is, we need to ask ourselves whether it's an if or how question. Is it if we want to use AI, or is it how should we use AI? So if you're in the if group, you are denying, you're in denial. You're not going to stop this thing. It's already too far gone for you to do anything about it. You're going to try and ban and put policies that says do not, that should not, and heavy consequences and things like that, and buy all the tools to detect. You can't win that war. It's I think too far gone. But if you're in the how paradigm, which is where I think we all need to go, we need to be asking ourselves, how do we create ethical guardrails and around the use of AI? Because it's going to be used, and if you may, most people in industry are happy for the tools because they make them more productive and etc. So the tools are appreciated in industry. So you want not to restrict, but rather support the use of AI. That's my thinking. Support and guide the use of AI. So how exactly would you do this as a supervisor? One, check on the ability of the student to articulate that document themselves. Be very suspicious of documents that come when they're complete. But first thing is, can they actually articulate what is in that document? Random pages, not reading slides as we in days past, we were very keen to build that behavior. Even today, reading slides, of course, is a no-no. But even somebody could memorize and pretend to be presenting. But if you dig a little bit deeper, you may understand that they actually don't understand what they're saying. The next thing is what we call a process-oriented supervision. Be very wary of perfect documents that arrive complete. Like a student shows up and they give you a concept today, it's okay. In 3 weeks, they give you everything up to chapter 3, plus the tools, plus everything. And you're thinking, nowadays, how would you do that? Rather, require that you go with them step by step. Of course, that's a lot of work. And if we're not ready for that amount of work to go step by step, then we suffer the consequences of AI-generated documents. Go through them step by step. Chapter 1, your statement, your objectives, etc. Let's see, let's iterate, let's build this document together. Let's see how you're building it one step at a time, as opposed to coming up with the entire document. This is something we've not done, and I think as a result of this workshop, we should come up with something. And I'll give you ideas on this, but we should have an agreement. Like the conversation of, we are starting off the supervision. I know you're going to use AI, but let's agree how we will use AI. So that we are not playing cat and mouse here. I know you're using AI, but let's agree how we use it. And we agree, maybe you will assign that or agree in principle, etc. But just acknowledging and having the discussion would be helpful. Have what you call a Socratic supervision. Take time with the student and discuss the work. Do they understand what they are doing? I think this relates to the defense, but also during the process. Ask them to explain, how did you arrive at this methodology? You've done this combination, you've done a mixed methods approach. So why did you pick these particular approaches, these particular tools, these particular theories? How do they interrelate? Tell me about the literature, In a way, helping the students appreciate that it's not enough to go pick content and put on a document. They need to understand that document. And of course, that's why we're here again. You have a duty to be AI literate. You must understand AI. You must use AI. You cannot ethically or practically guide anyone on how to use AI or on how not to use AI if you're not using the tool. If you don't know its abilities, its limitations, if you have no idea what this tool does, you have no capability of even speaking about it, whether it is good or bad. That is not a discussion you can engage in. The first step is you must use it, you must understand it. And there's nothing wrong with AI. So sample, what would I potentially engage my students on in terms of an agreement, for supervision? So first of all, what are the principles? What shall we abide by? That number one, this is your work. You are responsible for this work, for its accuracy, its validity, its originality, everything. You are responsible 100%. You cannot blame or cite AI. You must be transparent in how you use AI. I'll give you a statement that you're going to use to declare how, where, and where you've used AI. You got to critically interrogate your document so that the thoughts in that document are yours, not of another tool. That would be the first thing I would engage on. I will tell them about what is permitted or what is prohibited. And this is not a definitive list. I think we are going to be discussing that in the rest of the workshop. But is it okay to use it for language, for developing code, for your formatting, for thinking and learning through concepts? But it is wrong to use it to write, to search for literature, and then you don't even verify the sources. To upload raw data to a tool that will use it as part of its knowledge base. To use tools that help hide the use of AI. There are things I'll tell my students now, this is a no-go zone. So when we've done that, how do we then keep track? Essentially, I tell the students, I need to see a log of what tool you're using. Let's see how you're using the AI tool. Make sure you keep a record. I'll give you a standard declaration paragraph where you declare how you used AI and where, etc. essentially keep asking you how you're using AI. That would be important. And also keep doing spot checks. Show me the sources. Did you download that PDF? Did you read it? Essentially letting the student know that AI is nice, but you're not going to use it without my supervision. And then you also want, in the policies that you're about to develop, what are the consequences? Maybe you are a bit negligent, so I'll warn you until you just rewrite it. Maybe you're just being absolutely reckless. I'll give you an official warning in writing that this is not acceptable and monitor you even closely. But when the student now goes overboard and brings a document that is purely generated AI and attempts to say that it is theirs, then this one must go to disciplinary. Because they've been warned, they've been guided, and they're attempting now to exercise academic dishonesty. So I have a few closing thoughts here. And the first thing is, what happens when AI generates your hypothesis, your data, your document, analyzes the data, writes the report? What becomes of the human scientist or the scientist? On there, I put an image of the scientific method, which is what, whether you're in social or the hard sciences, you still follow a methodology, and it's basically scientific. You have an inquiry, and it is systematic. There's a hypothesis. You collect data, whether qualitative or quantitative. You test your hypothesis or your thoughts, and you conclude something. This is a process that we know as science. So what happens when AI takes over most of this? So do we need scientists? It's just a thought. In postgraduate training, we also need to align to the true north. What's the true north in postgraduate training? The primary outcome is a researcher. Is an individual capable of doing research, capable of going into the world and identifying problems and addressing those problems with the skills that they have been taught, systematically, scientifically, in a way that safeguards the safety of humans and animals and the environment. That is the primary outcome of a postgraduate research. It is not the thesis. It's not the papers. That's not the achievement. The achievement is the researcher. So if the researcher does not develop critical thinking skills and research skills, have we achieved the goal of postgraduate training? Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the scientific journey, it's a beautiful journey. And the beauty lies in the inquiry, in the curiosity, in identifying something worth pursuing and exploring, a problem worth solving. Its beauty is in the process, the systematic steps we take to do that experiment, and the data that we collect and how we analyze it, in the discovery of that new knowledge or that new insight that brings us new understanding, that helps us push the bounds of human civilization further. The drug discoveries, and the discovery of materials and understanding social phenomena. It's the beauty of science. It's in the aha moment when we finally nail it, and we finally get the cure for cancer and for HIV and understand why humans behave the way they do. That is the beauty of science. It's not in the production of a document. It's in the production of people who can do this. Because this is what we need out of our postgraduate process. Because humanity has to move on. I need to acknowledge that I was assisted by AI to develop the content and to structure the content. And Google Slides did these very beautiful slides. It's something we can learn. Thank you for your attention. Upcoming engagement. That was the first thing I needed us to do. I have something I shared with Prof. I don't know whether I have a few seconds to take us through that, Prof. And let me squeeze in a second or two. It's an exercise that I want us to do even this afternoon. It will just be brief. It will feed into the next activity that we have, because we are here to think about policy. We're here to think about, quote unquote, maybe some do's and don'ts of postgraduate research. I'm trying to see where this document is. Yes. Allow me to just take us quickly through this document. We want to think about the life cycle of the graduate process. And there are several stages there. We have the conceptualization stage. We have the literature and synthesis, methodology, and data collection, analysis and interpretation. And there's writing, editing, and defense. The task which I would like you to engage in the next few minutes, either individually or in groups, Prof will arrange you better there, is ask yourself, for example, when you are refining your topic, remember we are supposed to guide our students. The question is that okay? Yeah? When you're formulating research questions, is that okay but you may disclose? Or is it an absolute no? Or don't you know? Maybe it's a gray area. And this will form your impressions of whether or what you think is okay or not, you know, in the bigger scope of things. And of course, there are many other things you can add to this particular table. But the point of this exercise, if you have a minute or two, is to ask yourself, what do I think about the use of AI at different stages of this process? What do I actually think? And collectively we shall discuss and agree, maybe some things are fine, some things are not, some things maybe we need to think a little bit more, you know? And that's the purpose, and as Professor Paul said, this is not the end, it's the beginning of an interesting discussion. But it's a discussion we need to have sooner rather than later. So let me stop at that point. In the interest of time, I stand guided whether we can take a question or two. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I can see hands moving, but I cannot hear, but thank you. Okay.
Doc,
over to you. You can guide.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. I know there's an echo.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Let's first of all appreciate him for that. Hapana, hiyo ni analog. Naona Gen Z siku hizi wanasema ina clock it. Tatu, eh? Clock it. Sijui kama anaona. Okay, unaona? So your presentation was like clock it, eh? Thank you so much. Lakini because of the wale ambao sio AI compliant, let's go the Nyayo way. Makofi. Fungua. Wale ambao wamekataa AI. For us, thank you so much. I think Professor Kamwero has stepped out. Maybe you can take one question, any reaction or a question. Soon after this, we are going to break into groups, and there are some questions we are supposed to you will be guided. Meanwhile, we can take one reaction or two as we wait for Professor Kamono to come.
I will call you Professor Bigger. I think you have really improved. I was almost going to ask whether your slides are very beautiful. Thank you very much for them. They are nice. So I hope we are also going to get the slides from a presenter so that I get to know. But I'm asking, you mentioned that in the process of postgraduate supervision, yes, we need to how to safeguard from our students using AI to give milestones of development, for example, ideation, concept development, maybe another one. I want to say that maybe from your experience, our students are very sharp. When they know that is your mode of operation, they will actually go with you just that slowly, but they're still using AI. Is there a difference there? I'll just give you the idea. Yes.
Thank you, Moses, for that presentation. I love the slides. And I was wondering whether there is something that until when you acknowledged that they were Google slides. Thank you so very much. Now, my question is on the policy. Different institutions of higher learning have different policies regarding postgraduate research, undertakings and supervision, and everything that else goes with it. In the era of Gen AI, where there are various tools as we've been learning since morning, and the lack of convergence of policies across various institutions, how do you reconcile the two with regard to coherence and standardization, so that you don't find a situation where Moi University or Machakos or Chuka or Egerton who have different policies, but we have students who are using the same tools, but then the outputs and the outcomes are different. How do you reconcile this? Thank you.
Okay, any other? Or can proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
Proceed.
I can address the first two. So, thanks for the questions. Number one, you know, our students are bright, and that's a good thing. And they'll figure it out. And I think my answer to this is, as a research community, we need to go back to the basics, the ethos, the ethics, the purpose of research. And before we even engage in this whole discussion on AI, etc., we need to really go back and ask, what's the purpose of research? And until we have that understanding and the purest perspective of it, then we may not be able to deal with this problem completely. Sometimes we do things because of what we believe is right or wrong. Sometimes the end justifies the means, or vice versa. These postgraduate degrees, honestly, are means to an end. They are means to a job, a promotion. So it's oftentimes the students don't see the point of the research other than another thing to be done before I get the master's. And once I get the paper, I get the promotion, and I think that was the point. Occasionally, the likes of you will find themselves in academia doing research that is good for humanity. But that needs to be a standard across for everybody. So yes, they will figure you out. But now, technically speaking, If they know you're taking them step by step and they're still using the AI tool in the background, then you've got to be smarter than that. You've got to call them and sit them down, minus the tool, minus the document, minus everything. Now let's talk. Yeah, tell me about this work. Tell me about this part. Tell me about it. And with time they realize that as much as they use the tool, they need to understand what's going on. And I can tell you, after a discussion, they will be assisted by the tool, but in the right direction, with understanding. That's how we see it. The lack of coherence among policies is something that we are not likely to deal with at least in nascent stages of policy development for AI, because the whole landscape is still evolving. Different people are understanding it differently. Its impact is still unfolding. So in these nascent stages, there's likely to be that lack of homogeneity. With time, things will come to an equilibrium once it is understood. But I dare say even the policies we're about to think about today should not be policies that police in the sense of law enforcement, but should be policies that empower someone and guide. Because the technology we are dealing with changes every single day. You cannot actually put some very specifics in that document, because no sooner than you put them there, they will become obsolete, or they are overcome by another tool or another development in the space. So that lack of homogeneity is likely to be something we deal with for a while, because again, not everybody understands, and honestly not because sometimes they don't want to, but it's still evolving too fast. But our baseline would be, let them be policies that support and guide. Thanks.
Thank you once more. Okay.
The question, I am not like the absolute. I don't know that.
Yeah. Why don't we clock it? Thank you so much. I'm guided that we can now break into 6 groups. And the 6th group is the online. We have the online audience. They will constitute the 6th group, guided or coordinated by Dr. Julia, who is also online. So we have 6 questions. And there are few questions actually that we are supposed to tackle. And I think that will be done in the next room. So mine is just to form the 5 groups. Then I will invite Dr. Edna to guide us or to explain to us what is expected of us. To ensure that we have random groups, because we are told that AI also picks random and calculate probability. To a biology tunaumia. Anyway, but we are trying to catch up. So let's form the 5 groups. I think the best approach is we pick a number 1 to number 5. All the number 1s will constitute the first group, the second, third, and the 5th. We have the space there and a place to write. Okay. We start from Doc. We start from here. Number 1. Okay, she's eliminated. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kindly note your number 6. Oh. 1, because the number 6 beyond like that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1,
6.
No, 1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1. 2, 3. Right, okay. 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 3, 4, 5.
2, 3, 4,
5. 4, 5. Perfect. So all number 1, that's the group number 1. Then group number 2, 3, 4, and 5. She will explain to us how we handle that assignment. How many minutes do we need? Or we have when we consult?
physically we have 5 groups, but the 6th group is the online group. Every group has a research area that they are researching on. So when you visit the gallery walk here, if it is group 1, there is a question for group 1. So I'm sure group 1 are led by you, group 2 in that order. So there are questions and there are also policy documents. See, you have the policy documents. I think we had sent about 5 policy documents. Those are references, and for each and every group, there are policy references that you're going to be using that are specific. Like for group 6, they'll be using Oxford University. I think you saw that from the policy. There's the Wiley and Wiley AI Guidance for Researchers, Monash University. I think you saw all these policy documents, right? But they are specific for each and every group. You'll find that group 1 has policy documents, about 2 that they are going to read. Group 2, probably different policy documents that they are going to read. And then for each group, there is an objective for each and every group. And then there is a table that you'll be required to fill. In this table, you're going to be seeing what is an idea that can be done through artificial intelligence. Like, let's say brainstorming. Then say, according to those policies, is brainstorming freely permitted? Is brainstorming permitted with disclosure? So you tick which one is permitted. And then you say the basis of that policy, where is it coming from? So I believe you'll be guided well by the documents of the gallery work for each and every group. I don't know whether that is clear. I think Moses had also tried to give us something like, whatever Moses was presenting is something similar to what we'll be doing in the gallery work. Thank you. So I think we can go to the gallery. It would be best if I explain when you're all there. Every group 1, and we are given 30 minutes to be able to do that. Yeah, you can go with your phone. I don't think we don't have tables there, so your laptop may not be ideal.
Asante Daktari, we can just walk. Are we allowed to use our AI to answer those questions? I'm just asking.
all the group leaders. Can I name you with the groups that you're in? Group 1? Members of group 1? Ah, good. You are the group leader. Pigie makofi ya kiketi chini. Group 2? Who was in group 2? Adero. And you're the leader. Because I want to give the chance to the leader to just make a comment. We will proceed with the exercise tomorrow, but I'd like to hear from you the comment at the end. Before you come, Prof, thank you. I want to see group 3, so that it's quite clear who are coming. Thank you, Lucy. Asante sana. Group 4? It's gonna be no. Agweni. Nice. Group 5? Group 5. Hiyo ilikuwa ya Wanyama. Who is the leader? Francis Wanyama. Who is that? It's you. Munara. Thank you, Munara. Thank you. Group 6? Group 6 was online. Thank you. Now let's start with group 1. Briefly.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have my group members?
Tukiwapigia makofi ya
Group members come quickly.
There is someone in front.
Yeah, these are
very gender imbalance.
Yes, these are. This is part of group 1. There is Pauline, there is Esther, there is Sarah, there is Mary, and then there is Alexander, and yours truly. You will get to hear more about us tomorrow. We were looking at 2 policies, Oxford and Monash, in terms of learning. And therefore the details will come tomorrow, and there will be something in store for all of us. Thank you very much.
You can comment something about now the permitted and unpermitted in terms of teaching. What you have found. Just briefly.
We found very interesting things. And Prof, if you allow me, we'll leave the eyes on the cake for tomorrow.
Begin proper coffee. Thank you. And just to give you a glimpse of what we want as a product tomorrow. After you have studied your 2 or 3 policies, and you show what is permitted, not permitted, prohibited, partially, with quotations, all those. Now have in mind, in that theme, if your theme was learners, learning, teaching, assessment, in that line, come up with 5 practical policy guidelines, policy statements that we will read tomorrow from your group, that if we are developing a new policy, this is what you like. The university called, what do we call this university? Yenye tuko. Okay, we are in Chuka University, but I wanted now a Chuka University for all of us. Because this policy will be for this university. Go and, when you go back to your university, you custom make it to fit Moost, near Kakamega Forest, Taita Taveta, and the rest. But with this university, we can call it Agwenyi's University. Agwenyi's University will have a policy guidelines that we will talk about and we'll come up with tomorrow. So as you are thinking about your thematic area, think about at least 5. Usizidi 10, ikizidi 10, it's no longer be a policy. You'll be going to the very nitty-gritties. 5, at most 10. Thank you. Wapigeni makofi. I don't count them. Group 2. Karibuni group 2. Led by Adero. And Adero will tell you something tomorrow. I'll give him a chance for 5 minutes tomorrow.
Thank you. This is group 2. And we looked at the 2 policy documents of Melbourne and Oxford. I'll give my group members a chance just to
say their names. Chance. I'm Eric James.
Claire.
Mashebi.
This is male dominated.
And this gender imbalance.
So generally we found out that when it comes to routine literature search, editing, assisting you to come up with better grammar, those are permissible for both Melbourne and Oxford. But when it comes to assessment, research, and even assignments that are closed book, for Oxford they are completely prohibited by implication even for Melbourne. And a good number of them are permitted with disclosure and also through faculty guidance. What I can conclude is that the Oxford policy document is more strict and more comprehensive than the Melbourne one. The Melbourne one, I could say, is more liberal. But our secretary could add to fill in the gaps what I've not included. Thank you.
Okay, I think in summary, we'll be talking more about integrity, transparency. We talked about something on the embedded in software, especially when it comes to coding, acknowledgement, and ethics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Group 3. Is that a boys group? No. Okay, Lucy's group. Oh, fine. We left on the same plane to Germany with Lucy. Go and look for our PhDs. So I'm happy to see you, Lucy, here.
Happy to see you too. So good afternoon. So this power group was right at the entrance, and we were looking at two policy documents. The first one was from Wiley, and the other one was from Oxford. So we realized that the earlier activities which involve language editing, generating of references. Yeah, the earlier ones which involve brainstorming, identifying the research gaps, developing the research questions, and also developing the hypothesis, they are permitted with disclosure. And the reason is because Oxford and Wiley classified them as activities that require substantive use of AI, and also human accountability, especially for research questions. For brainstorming, this was classified as freely permitted because it expands critical thinking. And then we also found out that when it comes to preparing a research proposal, conducting the literature review, translating research articles, and also translating generating the computer code, they are permitted but require disclosure. Again, because of the need for transparency, and also the fact that some of them, like for example, generating computer code, require substantive use of AI. And I think, like someone said, the Oxford is a little more restrictive on what you can do with AI. Then when it comes to debugging, then statistical analysis, data interpretation, and analysis both qualitative and quantitative, both Wiley and Oxford classified those as permitted with disclosure, again because of the need for substantive use of AI. And then on transcription of interviews, this was permitted with disclosure by Oxford. Working with confidential research data, this was prohibited because of potential breach of data privacy. Then when it comes to generating synthetic data and also writing the first draft, these were permitted with disclosure because of scientific integrity. And this was, I think we found that in Oxford. And then finally, language editing and proofreading, preparing tables and figures. These ones were
permitted with disclosure, again because of substantive use, but then generating references and citations, writing the discussion section, and also writing conclusions were prohibited because of the fact that they violated ethical integrity. Thank you. I don't know whether anyone from my team would like to add anything. Tupigie makofi tafadhali.
Thank you very much. The next group, that's the group 5 or group 4? Group 4. Or group 4. Group 4. Yeah. So let's leave it. The mic. Lucy, I mean, tell him with the mic.
Yeah, so group 4, we were, I think there was a gender balance, Prof.
Yeah, this one is okay.
It's well balanced.
The problem is Rose.
Yeah, and incidentally, she's the one to present. so it was really intensive.
So thank you very much, colleagues. We are just here. Okay.
Dr. Joseph Museki.
I'm Lydia Wassa.
Wycliffe Masanta. I'm Wayne David.
I'm Ruth Omore. Elizabeth Ndunda.
No, when you're gonna swag, clap for them. Yes, so very quickly, because tea is getting ready, we were working with Willie and Xavier. Those are publishing houses, the big ones. So we were trying to find out whether they have permissibles and prohibitables and with permission and things like that. So basically, we found out that things like brainstorming, organizing manuscript structure. Okay, brainstorming, language editing and proofreading, creating research from original ideas. Some of those things were freely permitted, for example, when preparing graphical abstracts. But a number of them were permitted with disclosure. For example, you shouldn't do an organization of manuscript structure without disclosure. You shouldn't improve readability, especially if you speak Luo English. If you improve readability of your work using AI, you must disclose. Create explanatory figures and diagrams, you must disclose. Drafting sections of a manuscript, you must disclose. Something that was very, you will have this tomorrow again, using AI to review manuscript. Those of you who are reviewers, you also must do that. Something that was outstanding in our conversation is the fact that even when you disclose, you must disclose the version. Like Ndiga disclosed that he used Gemini. That was not enough. So we were even trying to school the facilitators that they must disclose the tool, the version, the year, when they downloaded the version. So there's a lot more to disclose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can appreciate the group again. So, was that the last group?
No.
The next group. Group number 5. Stella, this is your group?
Yes.
Nice. And Frank and Guru. Where are we also there? Nice. Monala. Okay. And Berries.
Good evening. Good evening. Being the last group physically present here, I just want to summarize what we discovered from our work. First, we want to disclose that we used AI. This is part of the exercise to get some of the answers that we came up with. we were looking at governance structures within AI, and overall there were just 3 things that we came up. We found from the 3 documents that we were looking through. We were looking through Winley, Monash, and Xavier documents. 3 key things ran through most of the things that we discovered. The assessment, we will look at it tomorrow. But 3 things came up. Compliance is key. Compliance with local and international laws and regulations. The other thing that is key in the areas that we were looking at is to ensure that we have risk audit management committees in place in the different institutions, so that they ensure that what is being done correctly. And the third aspect that ran through most of the things that we were looking at is that human, can we call it human authority, still remains key in everything that has to be done. But the others, we shall look at them in detail tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate that. Thank you. I can see that in the groups, in the groupings, we were doing something. We have the last group, the online group, and Dr. Kuria is there to tell us what they have done online. Eric, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Tell us what you have done, and if you can mention the members of your group. Kikini wakuwa wengi,
Muted, I can't hear you now.
We can hear you.
But I'm ready to present.
Can you hear me now?
You can show a thumbs up because I can't hear you, so that I go ahead.
Camera uko wapi?
Okay, thank you.
Proceed.
Okay, so ours were 3 institutions. We were looking at the policies for Oxford University, Wiley, and Monash. At some point, we had some, because when we were trying to fill the table, Wiley was falling off. One of the things we noticed is that their policy is very comprehensive, and that would be a good place to work with, because they are very specific on certain aspects. Then we had Oxford also has good information. We found Monash was quite general, and a lot of things we had to interpret from the general points that they have given. Probably they decided to play it safe. So we still interpreted it as we could. And based on that, we found out that in general, there's nothing is really freely permitted, because there are certain clauses that talk about disclosure and responsible use. So, for example, brainstorming and coming up with the topics is allowed for all of them, but they also ask for disclosure at some point. The developing of objectives, concepts, proposal writing, thesis writing, and all that, Monash allows with the disclosure, but we found Oxford also has an element of supervisor permission, so it's permitted with approval from the authorized person here of the AI, because they're also putting that the supervisor has to allow. Then there are others where we found that some of the things may be restricted. For example, there was this idea of supervisor feedback. Okay, can be done, but it should not replace the supervisor. That was clear in Oxford. The same with students' use of AI during supervision. It cannot replace, that idea of replacing the person is not allowed. So, but other things like coding, statistical analysis, AI-assisted quantitative analysis, AI-assisted transcription, all those we found they are allowed, but with an element of disclosure. So basically, we did not find something that would be totally permitted based on, when you read other clauses, they bring that element of disclosure they use, but there's that allowing of use. And but we, in overall, concluded that the wiley be a good place to start when somebody is developing a policy because it has more information. Thank you.
Yes, you can appreciate yourself and also the other groups for the work they have done. Let's do it once the way Stephen Momani wanted to do it. Ile ya moja. Let's go one. Another one. Thank you very much. He was ready for that. I think I disappointed him. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, Dr. Kuria, and the online group, and we also appreciate everybody in the room, and even those who are following where we are live on Facebook and also on YouTube. This marks the end of day one's activities, the formal activities which were planned to be done. We have managed time well. Abia jirani nimeshukuru. It has been nice. I hope it has also been a good opportunity for you to learn. How many of you have known a new person today that you have never met? Kumbe ni sisi wote. Jipigie makofi. That was one of the expected outputs. People to network, and you cannot network with people who are already in your network. You know, we want you to pull more people to the network, and the networks now becomes bigger and bigger. Give you an indication of what we'll do tomorrow. Let's meet here tomorrow. The same day. Okay, it's frozen. So let's meet tomorrow. The same way we met at 8. For those who are in Hidden Treasures, the bus will still come for you like we did today. So that at 8:30 we are starting together. We'll have a presentation. We have presentations from Professor Ombui's lady. We also have John Matogo from IBM, who is still promising to talk to us in the morning. And they also daily activity. And tomorrow being the day we also wind up, we like to come up with those policy guidelines, the points, those points from your group. So as you go and you think about many things tonight, think about what you can contribute tomorrow. As when you're networking, also think about policy, think about guidelines, think about things that we can do towards responsible use of generative AI. We appreciate you very much, the Chuka team and the organizing committee. We are very happy that we have the opportunity to host you. I didn't introduce them in the morning because we did many things. Anybody who is in my committee, kindly stand up. Watu wawapigie makofi. These are the people who are working behind the scene to make sure that you will have a comfortable travel and stay. You can see I have a huge team. This is my team. Mostly you will see me and you think it's only me, but these are the guys when you are an Iskuma. These are the people supporting me, doing many things. She's our AI expert. Professor Masi Wanja, she is a professor in education, in sciences. So when it comes to teaching, learning, assessment, etc., wananisaidia sana. There is Pauline. Pauline, talk to you. Pauline and Saif are Dr. Edna's kids. Supervise them for masters. Now they are doing PhD with the funded PhD program through the Food Systems Resilient Project by the ministry. Wapigieni makofi. The experts in AI. Bristol also is in that group, also belonging to the kids wa Edna. Musimuone Edna ni young, akona kids enough to be men like Bristol, Katie Bristol. We have Dr. Mwangi from Biological Sciences. He is a plant pathologist, and in organizing kama uko na kaudhoni, karusi, kanini, ka event kama haka. He is so good in logistics, mpigeni makofi. Then wale wamebaki wamesimama wote, they belong to my office. They are my admins in my office. I have a very gender imbalanced admin. So we have Nicodemus inua mkono. Huyo ndiye mlikuwa mnasumbua usiku mpaka saa 6. Ati Nicodemus nimefika. Pigeni makofi. Then we have Wycliffe. Wycliffe is so good in Wycliffe just okay teaching in computer literacy skills. He is the guy behind the typing, all those things I need done by the computer. He is the guy doing that, Ketichini. Then we have our girl, Teresia Budia. Teresia is an expert in pure mathematics. Musimuone hivyo. She was inscribed in the Vice Chancellor's Roll of Honor for being the best graduating student in her year. And now she has finished her master's and now tunataka asukume PhD. Pigeni makofi. Thank you very much. Then there is Gabriel. Gabriel inua mkono. Yes. This one nampenda sana because of the color and the height. Na wewe inafanya the guy who is standing with him ashikwe na jiras kidogo, but I'm able to handle them. So he is admin from my office and he is doing very well. Pigeni Gabriel makofi. Actually, he's the main admin from my office, handling marks and other student details. Then we have Dr. Moses Oyeno. He has a PhD in education, but I'm admin in my office. He is the guy in charge of many logistics, including what we ate, he did many things for you. Pigeni makofi. I'm very proud of that team. That's why I wanted you to know them, because they are doing great. And next time you will come back, it's the same team dealing with you. And we pray and we wish them well and success in what they are doing. I'm also very honored to have the team from Chuka University, the staff who are here, who are non-DADs. Simameni ni watambulishe, those who came. Catherine, Pomosa, simameni. Yes, wewe simama, naona nyote. These are my colleagues from different faculties and schools. He is from the School of Nursing and Public Health. Pigeni makofi. He is from engineering, Engineer Omosa. Pigeni makofi. I am Guru from Biological Sciences. Pigeni makofi. Then we have Dr. Veru from Environmental Science. Pigeni makofi. With his colleague also Musyoki from Environmental Science. We have our legal officer seated there. She's there, our legal officer. Pigeni makofi. And then your school, tunamwitaka treasurer. We treasurer, school yako ni gani? Humanities and Social Sciences. Because we are in a group with her where she is my treasurer. She knows how to keep money well. Ukitaka kama kikundi mnahitaji treasurer, niko na treasurer. Pigeni makofi tena. Asanteni sana. So for DAD alumni, you know what to do. For you to get facilitation or the fund for what you used to come here, you know what to do. Give me the receipts. And I want to see them very well. How many of you came in a couple?